Chapter 1692. As the two experts clashed, violent energy surged and rolled in the sky like leaden clouds, bringing with it an oppressive feeling that made one's chest feel stuffy. From the start, Shu Hu had been attacking in a frenzy. Zichen could only retreat again and again. Due to the huge difference in cultivation level, Zichen was ultimately no match for Shu Hu. He summoned the heavenly thunder wings and used teleportation to increase the distance between them. Zichen, who had retreated far away, had blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off with his hand expressionlessly. Seeing that Zichen was injured, the nervous guards below finally heaved a sigh of relief. In just a short exchange, Zichen was injured. It was obvious that he was no match for Lord Shu Hu, who was on the ranking list. The outcome was decided in just a few moves. This time, Zichen would be stopped outside the city because of Shu Hu. Zichen couldn't enter the city, and the guard's dignity was preserved. Shu Hu would become the hero of the entire Imperial Sky region. Just as everyone was wondering if Zichen would wisely escape with his subordinates at this moment, Shu Hu did not give Zichen the chance to do so. Instead, he rushed forward with a murderous aura. Shu Hu's attitude was strange and incomprehensible. Zichen had shown great potential. He would definitely become the pillar of the Imperial Sky region in the future. Although it was wrong to enter the city rashly, it was only because of personal reasons. Right now, Zichen was still on the side of the humans and belonged to the Imperial Sky region. Killing such an existence would be a huge loss to the Imperial Sky region. It was like killing Long Fei before he could grow. In the future, there wouldn't be a Long Fei who could intimidate the other races and regions. Some of the insiders were excited and expectant when they saw this scene. Because of their positions, Shu Hu and Zichen had been at odds for a long time. It was to the point where they would fight to the death. Moreover, the talent that Zichen had shown was truly terrifying. Now, when people talked about Zichen, they would compare him to Long Fei. Now that the 5 great clans were at odds with Zichen, they naturally wouldn't allow him to grow. Because back then, Long Fei had relied on his own strength to suppress the 4 great clans to the point that they didn't have any temper. In the eyes of these great families, Zichen couldn't be allowed to grow. Therefore, Shu Hu had to kill him. Under the confused, excited, and expectant gazes of the crowd, Shu Hu rushed towards Zichen. However, a shocking scene occurred in the next moment. Shu Hu, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped. Because he stopped too abruptly, his body became unstable. He staggered in the air and almost fell. Shu Hu's abnormal actions caused everyone to be moved. He looked ahead at Zichen and saw the power of rules surging around Zichen. The power of rules caused the space to distort and caused the spiritual power of heaven and earth to riot. This is. Everyone's expression changed when they saw such a phenomenon. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Apart from Zichen's group, the rest of the cultivators present were all at the 9th level. Of course, they understood what this situation meant, because everyone had experienced it before. This represented the breakthrough of the 8th tier to the 9th tier. Zichen actually began to break through to the 9th level at such a time. Shu Hu stopped and looked at Zichen, who had a playful smile on his face. His expression gradually turned ugly. Others' breakthroughs relied on opportunities, but judging from Zichen's expression, it was obvious that he could control the time of his breakthrough at will. If he broke through at such a time, the power of rules would surge around him. He didn't dare to go forward. However, once Zichen successfully broke through to the 9th level, even Shu Hu, who was a powerhouse on the list, had no confidence in fighting against Zichen. If it weren't for the many cultivators watching below, Shu Hu would definitely turn around and run for his face. He could face Zichen, who was at the peak of the 8th level, but he had no confidence in Zichen, who was at the early 9th level. Damn it, how did this happen? Yi Ming cursed angrily with a gloomy expression. Once Zichen broke through, he would be almost invincible among those of the same level. Who could beat him? Wharton, who knew Zichen's strength very well, also smiled bitterly. This time, we're in big trouble. After breaking through to the 9th level, Zichen's combat strength would be unimaginable. They were indeed in big trouble. He broke through, Zichen actually broke through. He could kill the city lord when he was at the peak of the 8th level. Once he breaks through to the 9th level, can Lord Shu Hu deal with him? He definitely can. Lord Shu is a powerhouse on the list and is at the peak of the 9th level. How can he not deal with Zi Chen, who's only at the 9th level? Voices came from below one after another. However, the people who were originally full of confidence lost their confidence because of Zi Chen's breakthrough. Seeing the power of rules surging around Zi Chen, Manshur and the rest were stunned at first, then a smile appeared on their faces. Wu Xie glanced at Yi Ming and said calmly, "Now, there's a good show to watch." Breaking through the 9th level required a huge amount of energy. The energy contained in heaven and earth couldn't supply Zi Chen at all. Zi Chen waved his hand, and a large number of spirit crystals appeared and scattered around his body. These were all high-quality spirit crystals. Even in the entire Imperial Sky region, they could be considered top-grade. Naturally, these were made by the Tomb Keeper. Dragon's blood was added to them, so the quality was even higher. As soon as they appeared, it caused a series of exclamations. Clearly, everyone was knowledgeable and could tell that the spirit crystals were extraordinary. Are these all supreme-grade spirit crystals? Yes, they must be. Oh my god, he took out so many supreme-grade spirit crystals at once. Amidst the cheers, the spirit crystals scattered around exploded one after another. The enormous spiritual power contained in them turned into a storm. Zi Chen was at the center of the storm, constantly devouring the energy. In the blink of an eye, the storm's power was completely devoured by Zi Chen. However, sensing the feedback from his body, Zi Chen frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. Next, he waved his hand again. This time, apart from the supreme-grade spirit crystals, there were also pieces of dragon crystals that contained surging energy. There was a dragon's shadow on each dragon crystal. Under the flickering light of the dragon crystals, the dragon's shadows seemed to be alive. Those are dragon crystals? Feeling the dragon's might released from the dragon crystals, 9 people asked. Yes, they are dragon crystals. However, it is said that they are dragon crystals from a type of Western giant dragon, someone in the know answered. The Western giant dragon in the world of Guardian Tomb had brought great changes to the entire Imperial Sky region. Most of the giant dragon crystals were supplied to the level 9 experts here, and some were even transported back to the Jianwu continent. Among the crowd, there were people who had dragon weapons, so they had some understanding of the Western giant dragon. However, the value of each dragon crystal far exceeded that of supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Zi Chen took out nearly 100 of them at once. Such generosity was naturally shocking. No wonder the soul-devouring clan would rather fall out with us than give us the coordinates. Seeing so many dragon crystals, Shu Hu finally understood the true value of that small world. He was shocked. An even more violent energy entered Zi Chen's body. The aura around Zi Chen began to surge. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the threshold of level 8 and entered the true level 9. The level 9 Zi Chen's body flashed with a dazzling golden light. At the same time, there was silver lightning as a contrast, making him look like a thunder war god. His originally calm eyes had a trace of heart-palpitating indifference because of the surge of energy after the breakthrough. He had broken through, just like that. Many people found it hard to believe. One must know that when they broke through, they had paid a great price and spent a lot of time. However, Zi Chen, who had a lot of resources, had completely broken through in less than 15 minutes. From the powerful energy released from his body, he had already stabilized this realm. For a moment, everyone's expression became very complicated. Zi Chen didn't have the time to care about the complicated feelings of the crowd. He looked at Shu Hu and said coldly, "I said, you won't be able to leave today." Shu Hu said with a gloomy face, "You are merely at the early stage of level 9. We will see who will live and who will die in this battle." "Die!" Shu Hu roared, and a ball of light appeared in front of him. Then, the ball of light became brighter and bigger, and a violent aura was released from the ball of light. This was one of Shu Hu's strongest attacks. When Zi Chen first entered the general ranking, he had experienced this move. At that time, Zi Chen had been seriously injured, and it took half a year for him to recover. However, this time, after breaking through to level 9, he saw the same move again. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. After such a long time, Shu Hu was still in the same place, while he had broken through again and again. Zichen didn't immediately attack. He was waiting for Shu Hu to accumulate energy, waiting for Shu Hu to unleash his strongest attack. He wanted to defeat Shu Hu when he was at his strongest. He wanted to crush him. The ball of light became brighter and brighter, filled with violent energy. This energy caused the space around Shu Hu to constantly distort, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the cultivators below changed drastically, and they continuously retreated towards the city gate. As expected of an expert on the general ranking. He has some tricks up his sleeve. Someone behind Zichen commented. Die. Shu Hu's spiritual sense released the ball of light in front of him. With a powerful, terrifying, and destructive aura, the ball of light flew towards Zichen. Within the ball of light, a terrifying energy was constantly released. Wherever it passed, it collided with the power of space, producing a sizzling sound. In the eyes of the crowd, this was an extremely powerful attack, but after seeing this, Zichen laughed disdainfully, and his body lit up again. A dazzling golden light filled the surface of his body. Golden Xingchen beads appeared one after another in front of Zichen's chest. There were 9 golden Xingchen beads. 8 of them had golden marks, which represented the limit, and the last one only had a faint mark. After the 9 Xingchen beads appeared, they were connected together like a bead. 9 stars-aligned beads. The Thunder King Physique's peak state. An extremely powerful energy rushed out of Zichen's body and into his right hand. Feeling this energy, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out amidst the golden light. The golden fist pierced through the sky and hit the ball of light flying towards him. The two violent energies collided. Without waiting for Shu Hu's spiritual sense to transmit, the ball of light exploded. The huge explosion of energy produced a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Zichen stood motionless on the spot, allowing the energy to blow at his robe. His expression was indifferent. He looked at Shu Hu, who was in shock and kept retreating. Just as Zichen said, after the breakthrough, the two of them were no longer on the same level in terms of combat power. "I'll send you on your way." Looking at Shu Hu, who was flying backwards, Zichen's indifferent voice sounded. In the next moment, he raised his middle finger at Shu Hu and flipped it downwards. Chapter 1693. When one's understanding of space reached a certain level, they would be able to travel through many spaces through their understanding of space. This technique was called teleportation. In the outside world, domain realm experts had their own domain world, and the range of their domain world was the range of their teleportation. However, in this world, the domain world was isolated by the laws. Apart from the innate soul devourers, there were very few people who could teleport. Every single one of them who could teleport was undoubtedly a true powerhouse. Zichen could only teleport by summoning the heavenly thunder wings, but this person who suddenly appeared in front of him clearly used his own method to teleport. In terms of comprehension of space, he was much stronger than Zichen. Zichen had killed Shu Hu in 2 moves, but this person still dared to appear. His combat strength must be higher than Shu Hu's, and of course, he was also an expert on the list. The other party was a middle-aged man. He did not have any armor on him. Instead, he wore a water-patterned blue robe. His face was sickly pale. After he teleported, he had been staring at Zichen. His long and narrow eyes were like those of a venomous snake. It was obvious that this was a strong cultivator who had the confidence to deal with Zichen. However, none of the cultivators and guards below knew who he was. Zichen sensed his strength, but he wasn't afraid. After successfully breaking through to the 9th level, Zichen didn't fear anyone in the same realm. As for realm lords who were 1 level higher than him, there didn't seem to be any in this world. Killing so many people isn't enough. The blue-robed man stared at Zichen and said indifferently. Zichen replied indifferently, "This is a grudge between me and the 5 great families. They wanted to be big shots and stick their heads out. They deserved to die. Humph, you killed so many people and still speak so confidently." The blue-robed man waved his sleeve and said, "You can leave." You're not allowed to enter the city in the future. The people below were surprised. They were all wondering who this person was, daring to speak to Zichen with such an attitude. Zichen's face had a hint of ridicule. You clearly have killing intent in your heart. Why are you pretending? What nonsense are you spouting? There is no enmity between us, so why would I kill you? The blue-robed man frowned. Zichen curled his lips in disdain and said, This is a human city. Why can't I enter? And why are you stopping me from entering? The blue-robed man's face became gloomier and gloomier. He seemed to be saying that Zichen was too unappreciative. I don't care who you are on the list, and I don't care what your motives are. This time, it's a grudge between me and the 5 great clans. It has nothing to do with you. As for what grudge it is, it's very simple. They've been oppressing me, and they've been thinking about me. I've been enduring, and now I have the ability to kill my way back. Zichen scanned the crowd and said, Next, whoever gets in my way will be my enemy. My usual way of dealing with my enemies is to kill without mercy. A commotion broke out in the crowd. As 9th-tier cultivators, they naturally knew about the 5 great clans. Being bullied by such clans was a common thing, so they naturally believed Zichen's words. There were many people among them who had experienced the same thing. At this moment, after hearing Zichen's words, they faintly rejoiced in his misfortune. This was also retribution. In a place where geniuses were born, those arrogant clans might suffer a great loss because they provoked an existence they shouldn't have. 10,000 years ago, Long Fei was like this, and now, Zichen was like this. They felt a killing intent from Zichen's body. This killing intent was firm. Even if the entire city wanted to stop him, he would still kill without mercy. Such big words. Don't think that you're a true expert just because you're on the list. Because Zichen didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, the blue-robed man became angry. I've never thought that I'm an expert, and I don't think that you're an expert either. Since you don't put the list in your eyes, you must be on the list. I wonder what your rank is and what your name is. Hu Fu. As the blue-robed man's powerful voice fell, it unsurprisingly caused an even greater commotion. Hu Fu, an expert on the list, ranked 78th. In the past 1,000 years, only one person was able to enter the list, and that was Shu Hu, who was killed by Zichen. As for the other experts on the list, they were all people from 10,000 years ago. They were existences from the same era as Long Fei. During that era, there were many geniuses and experts. To be able to occupy a place on the list was enough to prove Hu Fi's strength. Hearing the discussions about Hu Fu, Zichen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Only 78th. Seeing how arrogant you are, I always thought that you were in the top 10. Good, good, good. Since you don't put me in your eyes, then let me see what you're capable of. Hu Fu was so angry that his entire body trembled. From the moment you appeared, you wanted to kill me, but I didn't know you before. As you said, we have no enmity between us, but you wanted to kill me the moment you appeared. I guess it's because of Lei Long. Coincidentally, I don't like people like you, so I'll just kill you along the way and increase my ranking. Zichen's words made Hu Fu's heart skip a beat. He didn't expect Zichen to be so smart, directly guessing his intentions. 10,000 Ghost Shadow. Hu Fu didn't say anything else, and raised his hand to send out a palm strike. A black palm print appeared in the sky. The palm print covered the sky and emitted a powerful aura. Under the palm print, ghostly shadows swirled around, as if 10,000 ghosts were dancing. This was one of Hu Fi's few powerful attacks. He had great confidence in this attack. Even if it couldn't seriously injure Zichen, it wouldn't be a problem for him to restrain Zichen. Looking at the ghostly palm print, Zichen couldn't help but sneer with disdain. The energy in his body was lightning. Hu Fu couldn't be more stupid to use this move against him. Golden light flashed, and the 9 stars connected again. Zichen punched out. The dazzling fist light emitted an endless power of lightning. It went against the heavens and hit the palm print. Boom! The fist light exploded, and the power of lightning surged. As soon as the ghostly shadows touched the lightning, they let out shrill screams and dissipated. The ghostly shadows were annihilated by the lightning in an instant, and then the palm print exploded. The pitch-black energy dissipated quickly as if it had met its nemesis. Hu Fu's already pale face looked even paler, and his expression gradually became gloomy. Only by experiencing it firsthand did he know how powerful Zichen's attack was. After that, Zichen raised his middle finger at Hu Fu, just like how he dealt with Shu Hu. In the sky, the Thunder King's fingerprint fell from the sky, and with a terrifying aura, it locked onto Hu Fu and went straight for him. Hu Fu's body glowed, and he shouted again, "Ghostly fist." A huge black fist light appeared, and there were thousands of ghostly shadows in it. One could also hear the cries of ghosts. The black light lingered, covering the sky and the sun. When Shu Hu faced Zichen's attack, he could only defend and not attack, but Hu Fu could still attack. It was obvious that he was much stronger than Shu Hu. But it was useless. The power of lightning restrained all evil. Boom! The Thunder King's fingerprint fell from the sky, and the light of lightning surged, instantly shattering the black fist light. At the same time, the fingerprint went straight for Hu Fu's heart. Bang! With a loud bang, Hu Fu was directly sent flying. While flying, the defense around him weakened layer by layer. After retreating hundreds of meters and dissolving all the power of lightning, he couldn't hold it in anymore and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Below, everyone was shocked. Zichen, who had just broken through, was so powerful that he injured Hu Fu, who was ranked 78th in 2 moves. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hu Fu said coldly, "If you don't have more powerful means, you will die next." As he spoke, the black light around him began to linger again, and as the black light lingered, his body gradually turned illusory, and then turned into a huge illusory shadow. This shadow was irregular, and there were 2 glowing points in it, like eyes. This was both a demonic shadow and a ghostly shadow, and it looked very evil. Hu Fu, who had completely turned into a shadow, was surrounded by an evil aura. After feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. At this moment, thousands of ghosts surrounded him like guards. Well, this is a shadow. At the back, among Mansha's group, Hidden Fog frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and then he carefully looked at the irregular shadow. Zichen, you should be proud that you can force me to use my ghostly body when you have just broken through to level 9. From the tall shadow came an evil voice. The black light was still spreading, and there was no light in the world, only endless black light filling the world. In the black light, thousands of ghosts were swimming and crying, and the atmosphere was eerie. Many people felt their hair stand on end, and they felt as if they had entered the legendary hell. However, in the next moment, a bright light appeared in this pitch-black world. This was a golden light, like the rising golden sun, and it tore through the darkness and illuminated the world. From the golden sun, rays of golden light shot out, and the light scattered in all directions. The golden sun was Zichen, and the golden light was the saber light. There were a total of 81 rays, and they scattered in all directions. The creepy cries of ghosts all around turned into mournful screams, and the ghostly shadows dissipated under the saber light. The energy of the advancing saber light rapidly weakened, and when it reached its limit, it directly shattered, and the power of thunder produced after the shattering caused a lot of damage. The 81 rays of saber light disappeared, and half of the world had returned to normal, while the other half was pitch black, and in the darkness was Hu Fu's tall ghostly shadow. His 2 glowing eyes were filled with resentment. The thousands of ghosts that had just disappeared appeared again in the next moment, and then continued to seal the world. Just as the sky was shrouded in darkness, the crisp sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. 9 saber lights appeared in front of Zichen, and each of them was a fused saber light. The 9 saber lights gathered together, and like an open folding fan, they extended forward. Wherever the saber light passed, the darkness was cut open, and it headed straight for Hu Fu. Bang! With a loud bang, the golden saber light hit Hu Fu, and his originally illusory body suddenly became solid, and then he was sent flying. The boundless black light in the world dissipated in an instant. Hu Fu flew backward and landed on the ground, his face full of shock. He did not expect that he would still be no match for Zichen even after using his strongest technique. Zichen glanced at Hu Fu and shook his head in disappointment. Hu Fu's energy happened to be restrained by him, and the combat strength he displayed was only a little stronger than Shu Hu's. Just as he shook his head, Lei Long flashed up and stared at Hu Fu. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of dragon flames. Chapter 1694. The Thunder Dragon was no longer a weapon soul, but a true Thunder Dragon. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of dragon flames. Dragon flames were lightning, and there was also fire within. It was a flame that carried lightning, the Thunder Fire. The Thunder Fire covered a large area and contained a terrifying destructive power. It instantly spread and enveloped Hu Fu. The Thunder Dragon's attack also had the special effect of sealing space. Hu Fu had nowhere to run. Facing the surrounding dragon flames, he could only do his best to put up a defense. Under the Thunder Fire's continuous destruction, Hu Fu's defense quickly crumbled, and a cry of despair rang out. Hearing the cry that reverberated between heaven and earth, everyone's heart trembled. Zi Chen, who had already expected this, was expressionless. The Thunder Fire was extinguished, and a charred corpse appeared on the ground. It was the 78th ranked Hu Fu. Hu Fu was dead. He had died under the dragon's breath. However, the moment Hu Fu died, Zi Chen sensed many energy fluctuations from the city. These energy fluctuations were very strong, all stronger than Hu Fu. Clearly, these were all experts on the list. Zhong Yongxi had once said that he would arrange everything. Other than Shu Hu, no other experts on the list would be allowed to appear. However, Zhong Yongxi had already appeared, and now there were so many experts in the city. This made Zi Chen frown involuntarily, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, these fluctuations disappeared without a trace. Hu Fu's corpse was there. However, everyone still felt like they were in a dream. It was unreal. Two powerful experts on the martial list had died in a single day. At this moment, the city ahead suddenly shook, and a dazzling golden light once again enveloped the entire city. This was another change on the list. As expected, Zi Chen's ranking jumped from 100th to 78th. With two experts on the list dead, a difficult problem was placed in front of the guards. Should they let Zi Chen in or not? If they let him in, they would definitely be punished. However, if they didn't, based on Zi Chen's attitude, whoever blocked them would die. Zi Chen took a step forward, and all the guards took a step back, fear in their eyes. They wanted to stop him, but Zi Chen was too strong. Even an expert like Shu who could not see through life and death, let alone them. Thus, a scene that shocked all the cultivators appeared. Zi Chen had single-handedly fought against an entire city. The group of guards retreated again and again. Behind them was the city gate, and they had nowhere else to go. Now, almost everyone's faces were filled with fear as they stared at Zi Chen. "Those who stand in my way, die." Zi Chen's indifferent voice reverberated in the air. Life and death could be decided in an instant. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Many people already had thoughts of escaping. At this moment of life and death, the order to withdraw was finally issued from the city. The group of guards heaved a huge sigh of relief and dispersed with a whoosh. They no longer dared to obstruct Zi Chen, this malefic star. Just like that, the city gate was left empty. With the power of one person against the entire city, it was actually the entire city that was avoiding him. Zi Chen walked towards the center of the city. Lei Long's body shrunk rapidly, turning into a lightning belt that wrapped around Zi Chen's waist. Man Shi and the rest followed closely behind with faint smiles on their faces. Along the way, everyone looked at Zi Chen with awe and veneration. Zi Chen's name was destined to spread throughout the entire Royal Sky region today. Not only in the battlefield of despair, but also in the Seven Mansion Alliance's Royal Sky region. After stepping into the 9th level and entering the martial rankings, Zi Chen had already become a true expert. An existence of this level was worthy of the Seven Mansion Alliance's attention. After entering the city, Zi Chen did not hold back at all. The 12 of them split up and headed straight for the properties of the 5 great clans. "You guys are going against the entire human race. Zi Chen, you've gone too far. You'll definitely suffer retribution. You guys rely on your strength. Instead of dealing with the foreign races, you guys attacked your own people. You'll all die a horrible death. During the plundering, there would be some cultivators loyal to the 5 great clans who resisted. However, none of them survived. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. After hearing those voices and killing these people, Zichen replied indifferently. Indeed, the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. The winner was the principle. Actually, in the eyes of others, this was just a show. There was no righteousness to speak of. It was nothing more than you rob me and I rob you. The guards in the city did not appear again, even though there were many shouts of killing in the city. Because of Zichen's group's plundering, the entire city seemed to be in chaos. However, it was actually still orderly. The only ones in chaos were the properties of the 5 great clans. One had to admit that Schenker's information was very accurate. There was no error at all. If someone were to take advantage of the chaos to plunder the shops of the 5 great clans, they would discover that the guards had disappeared. They would instantly appear and deal with these troublemakers. Wherever Zichen went, no one dared to stop him. Of course, no one dared to stop him from plundering. However, when it came to Shurentien's group, there were many cultivators who tried to stop them. After all, Shurentien's group was only at the peak of the 8th layer, while the weakest here was at the early stage of the 9th layer. Zichen chose to split up the group of 12 with the intention of training them. Because everyone was about the same level, they only lacked an opportunity to break through. During the course of the battle, everyone used their full strength. That kind of decisiveness in killing shocked many people. However, compared to the shock brought by Zichen, the others were much weaker. Thus, the group of 9th layer cultivators began to break through. Buzz! Shurentien's body trembled. The rules descended from the sky. He looked at the group of 9th layer cultivators in front of him with a smug and cruel smile. The 9th layer has broken through. The group of 9th layer cultivators was stunned. Then, their faces turned ugly. Shuntian was already powerful. Once he broke through, his combat strength was even more unimaginable. Sure enough, during the process of breaking through, the entire martial ranking shook. There was one more name in the empty spot of the 100th place. Shuntian. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. He had not broken through, but he had already entered the martial ranking. The 100th place was equivalent to the former Shu Hu. However, Shuntian in front of them was only at the early stage of the 9th layer. Could he be the next Zichen? With the rules on his body, Shuntian began to break through. His breakthrough was the same as Zichen's. He needed a huge amount of power. This power could not be supplied by the energy of heaven and earth. He could only rely on himself. With Zichen as a precedent, Shuntian took out a large number of supreme-grade spirit crystals and many dragon crystals. These crystals exploded into a huge amount of energy, which was all absorbed by Shuntian. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, Shuntian smiled coldly and made a powerful attack. Boom! With a loud bang, more than a dozen 9th layer cultivators were annihilated under this attack. Just as the crowd was shocked and watched Shuntian enter a large store, the martial ranking changed again. The 100th name of Shuntian shone again, and then began to jump. This jump was a total of 15 names, and he was ranked 85th. Having just entered the 9th layer, he was already ranked 85th, squeezing out many peak 9th layer cultivators. Shurentien's battle prowess was astounding. To enter the martial ranking, one had to rely on the rules of the world. He relied on his own attacks, and after analysis by the rules, his ranking was determined by his battle prowess. Evidently, Shurentien's attack just now was qualified to enter the 85th place after analysis by the rules. While Shuntian was breaking through, Man Shur, who transformed into a steel giant, also broke through. After his breakthrough, his attacks became even more powerful. Similarly, with just one attack, his ranking began to jump up to the 84th position. However, Man Shur didn't stay in that position for too long before he was pushed down by Fortune Teller. As a titled cultivator of Destiny City, Fortune Teller's strength was undeniable. Comparatively speaking, the last titled cultivator, Hidden Mist, wasn't as strong. His methods were all focused on a single shadow. His attacks weren't that strong compared to the rest, but he had no problem entering the martial ranking. Next was Wu Xie. He used the Eye of Death, but still couldn't surpass Man Shi's full strength. This was quite a pity. Golden light flashed continuously throughout the city as one law after another descended. Faced with the attacks of so many 9th-level experts, everyone had reached their limits and broken through. After breaking through, everyone was able to enter the martial ranking. The martial ranking, which had remained unchanged for many years, was undergoing frequent changes today. Some people couldn't enter it their entire lives, but Man Shi and the others were already on the ranking as soon as they broke through. This huge gap shocked everyone and made them feel incomparably disappointed. Including Zi Chen, all 12 of them were on the martial ranking. Among them, Zi Chen was the highest at 78th place. If he could rank 78th when he'd just entered the 9th level, then once Zi Chen reached the peak of the 9th level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take first place. Today, not only had they witnessed Zi Chen's rise, but they'd also witnessed the rise of Zi Chen's 11 followers. After the 11 of them entered the martial ranking, no voices of resistance could be heard in the city. The voices that had been criticizing Zi Chen's group were also gone. The experts of the 5 houses retreated, as if they'd accepted their fate. Thus, the plundering came to an end. After that, the 12 gathered again, all of them in the 9th level. "How's the harvest?" asked Zi Chen. Wu Xie shook his head, slightly disappointed. "We only found one piece of emperor-level material in each shop. The harvest wasn't as great as we expected." Zi Chen smiled faintly. It seems that they'd already expected this and took away all the good stuff. How is that possible? If that's the case, why were we still able to find emperor-level materials? Of course it's to ease the tension between the two sides. At this moment, Zi Chen's potential wasn't any weaker than Long Fei's, and he'd clearly grown. Under such circumstances, if the 5 houses still couldn't see the situation clearly, they'd be pure fools. Leaving some materials in each shop was actually to express their goodwill to Zi Chen. Bah, it's too late to express goodwill now. Man Shi was very disdainful when he understood the meaning. At this moment, a peak 9th level expert came over. Looking at Zi Chen's group, he said, "You're Zi Chen. My master wants you to go over." Zi Chen turned around and glanced at him. Chapter 1695. These words attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look at this uninvited guest with dissatisfaction on their faces. The 12 people present were all experts on the rankings. Although their current rankings weren't very high, they were all existences with enormous potential. Given some time, let alone a mere 54, they would be able to pull down even the 24th or 14th ranked experts. This subordinate of the 54th ranked expert had an arrogant demeanor and a tone that made people very unhappy. "What did you just say?" Zi Chen stared at the other party. Being stared at by Zi Chen made this Zhoucheng, who was used to seeing big scenes, feel somewhat nervous. However, he forced himself to focus and said, "My lord is calling for you. He has something to discuss." His ranked 54th on the martial rankings. As if worried that his previous words didn't carry enough weight, Zhoucheng emphasized. 54th is much higher than 78th. It seems that there's a need to raise my ranking. Upon hearing Zi Chen's mutterings, the arrogant Zhoucheng's expression changed greatly. He wasn't sure if Zi Chen had the strength to challenge his lord, but since he dared to say such a thing, even if he didn't attack, it was clear that he was dissatisfied with his lord. Before coming here, his lordship had instructed him not to provoke Zi Chen. The reason why he dared to speak with such an attitude was because he had seen the current situation. Zi Chen and the 5 great clans would not rest until one of them was dead. Other than the Wang clan, the other 4 great clans all had powerhouses on the list serving them. Now, he was representing the 54th ranked in recruiting Zi Chen. Zi Chen should be very willing to cooperate because he couldn't make any more enemies. However, the reality was the exact opposite. Zi Chen was still acting tough and even wanted to raise his ranking. It was clear that he didn't care about his lord at all. This development had far exceeded his expectations. For a moment, Zhoucheng didn't know what to do. It seemed that it was too late to lower his attitude now. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice came from nearby. Greetings, Lord Zichen. My lord invites Lord Zichen as a guest. Compared to before, this voice was much more polite. Zichen looked at the newcomer and asked, "Your family's lord is also on the list?" "Yes, my lord is ranked 39th, but before I came, my lord said that ranking doesn't mean anything. I hope that Lord Zichen will do me the honor." The person who came was very polite, very respectful, and even very humble. As for the arrogant 9th layer, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He knew the fellow beside him. Usually, he relied on his master's ranking and acted very arrogantly. His eyes grew on top of his head and did not put anyone in his eyes, including himself. But today, in front of Zichen, he had lowered his status, and even lowered his status in front of his master. The sticky sweat on his body made him extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to move at all. Only then did he realize that he had been wrong from the start. Even Zichen, who was in this situation, was not afraid of anyone. Just like Long Fei back then, he was a lone wolf. However, no one dared to provoke him. This was the attitude of the number 1 expert. Sure enough, one after another came to pass on the message. But today, they, who were usually high and mighty, were all very humble. Compared to the others, he was like a fool. He didn't see the situation and still hoped to use his master's identity to suppress Zichen. One had to know that in this respectful crowd, there was also a powerhouse who represented the 21st place. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen powerhouses on the list came over and invited Zichen over for a chat. Looking at the dozen or so 9th layer cultivators with humble attitudes, Mansha curled his lips and said, "Aren't the powerhouses on the ranking all high and mighty, mysterious existences? What are they doing? Now, so many of them have suddenly appeared. What are their intentions?" Everyone half bowed and waited for Zichen's reply, including the arrogant 9th layer. But at this moment, he had already put down all his arrogance and lowered his posture. Zichen's gaze swept across the crowd. Zichen's face revealed an expression that was not a smile. After a while, he said, "Go back and tell your master that if he really wants to see me, he should come personally. As for the invitation, forget it." Hearing this, everyone was stunned and raised their heads. Some of them even revealed some anger in their eyes, thinking that Zichen didn't know what was good for him. They had already lowered their posture according to the instructions. But not only did Zichen reject them, he even asked their master to come personally. Who did he think he was? The number 1 powerhouse? One had to know that the powerhouses behind all the cultivators present were ranked far higher than Zichen. Among them, the one who represented the 21st place was the most angry. Because in his opinion, even if all 12 powerhouses on the list were to come at him together, they might not be a match for his master. And Zichen's actions were indeed overboard. "Hehe, my little friend, you're right. If you want to see him, you have to come personally. Such an invitation is too insincere." An old voice rang out. No one dared to get angry at Zichen. But that didn't mean that they were all good-natured. The moment they heard this foreign voice, their faces were filled with anger. They turned around to check out which ignorant and reckless fella dared to butt in here. But the moment they turned around and caught sight of the old man's face, their hearts skipped a beat. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the old man who was walking over. Snapping out of their stupor, they bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sir." The old man who had arrived was Zong Yongxi, ranked 11th on the martial ranking. He was truly a mysterious existence. No one had expected that a powerful being on the martial ranking would come personally at this moment. Zong Yongxi waved his hand casually and said with some dissatisfaction, "I've just settled some matters. To think that you guys would take advantage of the loophole. Alright, there's nothing for you guys to do here. Disperse. If you really want to see Zichen, go back and tell your masters to come personally." Everyone nodded repeatedly. Without another word, they turned around and left. Zong Yongxi came before Zichen and sized up the group. After a while, he clicked his tongue and sighed, not bad at all. The younger generation will surpass us in time. It seems that us old fellows will have to give way to the martial ranking soon." Zichen smiled faintly. "You flatter me." Zong Yongxi asked, "Are you done with your matters?" Zichen said, I still have to go to the city gate to pick up someone. I'll go with you. Zhong Yongxi had clearly come to find Zichen for something, so he followed Zichen. Zichen stood at the city gate with 11 powerful beings on the martial ranking. When the other cultivators and guards saw them, they all retreated to the sides. They looked at the group with reverence and fanaticism. These were all powerful beings on the martial ranking. They had never seen so many powerful beings on the martial ranking gathered together. Standing beside Zichen, Zhong Yongxi could already guess who Zichen was waiting for. Thinking of the legend about that person, he shook his head. Not long after, a person appeared at the end of their line of sight. It was an old man in a white robe. His face was ruddy and he seemed to be in good spirits. When he approached, the crowd saw the old man's face clearly, which triggered a series of exclamations. The old man was Shenke, the manager of Shenke's little store. Almost all the cultivators who had stayed in the Sevenfold Cities knew about Old Man Shenke and Shenke's little store. They didn't expect that a group of more than a dozen powerful beings on the martial ranking outside the city would be Shenke, the ordinary-looking old man. Shenke stood at the city gate and looked up at the tall city wall, his eyes full of emotions. The last time he left this place seemed to be tens of thousands of years ago. He thought that he would never be able to set foot in this city again. He didn't expect that today he would have an opportunity. Old man, welcome to the Ninefold City. Zichen looked at Shenke in front of him. Shenke put away his emotions and his eyes fell on Zichen. He praised, good boy, you did a good job. Although Shenke tried to suppress it, he still couldn't hide his excitement. As expected, Shenke shouted, everyone, I'm back. I, Shenke, am back. Shenke's voice echoed in the city. Many people were confused. Was it so difficult to come to this city? No one knew what it was like when Shenke left this city. Over the years, for some reason, he could only stay in the Sevenfold Cities and even Shenke's little store. Shenke, welcome back, Zhong Yongxi, who was beside Zichen, said. Thank you. Shenke was back. He was welcomed back by more than a dozen powerful beings on the martial ranking. The news spread out in an instant. For those years, Shenke had broken the rules, but some forces in the city chose to remain silent. Shenke was with Zichen. At this moment, who would be stupid enough to make trouble for himself? After entering the city and looking at the familiar environment, Shenke's excitement gradually turned into disappointment. The Ninefold City hadn't changed. The things were still the same, but the people were gone. Those aggressive guys back then were either dead or gone. None of them could be seen. For a moment, Shenke felt a sense of loneliness that he had never felt before. What are you going to do next? Or what do you want us to do? Zichen knew that Shenke had something on his mind. He also had stories and even enemies. Shenke had taken good care of him all the way. Now that he had the ability, Zichen didn't mind doing something excessive for Shenke. Shenke felt lost. He shook his head and said, forget it. It's all in the past. Soon, Shenke sorted out his mood and said, you'd better calculate how much benefit I can get this time. Remember, it's 50-50. Don't go back on your word. Seeing that Shenke's mood had returned, Zichen patted his chest and said, I, Zichen, certainly keep my word. It's just that this time I've gained a lot, so it'll take me a few days to calculate. Old man, you'd better be mentally prepared. Don't pass out from joy when the time comes. Look at you. I've seen all kinds of big scenes. Next, Man Shi and the others settled down to familiarize themselves with the power after the breakthrough. Zichen, Shenke, and Zhong Yongxi came to a tavern. Chapter 1696. Zhong Yongxi had followed him all the way, so he must have something to discuss with him. There were only 3 people in the private room, so Zichen went straight to the point. Lei Long was still coiled around Zichen's waist. It stared curiously at the brightly lit room. Zhong Yongxi kept looking at the thunder dragon, watching its curious expression change. After a while, he asked, this old man wants to know if the little dragon around your waist is a real dragon. Zichen said, of course it's a real dragon, a pure thunder dragon. Zhong Yongxi's eyes were unexpectedly filled with unconcealable excitement. It really is a real dragon. That's great, That's really great. Zichen looked at Zhong Yongxi in confusion. Outside the city, after Shu Hu appeared, he had been staring at the Thunder Dragon, with surprise and greed in his eyes. Shu Hu was killed, and then Hu Fu appeared with murderous intent. At that time, Zichen was completely sure that Hu Fu came for the Thunder Dragon, not for the so-called justice. After plundering the 5 major families, more than a dozen representatives of the powerhouses on the list appeared, saying that they wanted to see Zichen. Of course, Zichen did not think that these people wanted to make friends with him. It was more likely that they were luring him to the Thunder Dragon. Zichen did not know what was so magical about the Thunder Dragon in this world, but Zhong Yongxi's first question was about the Thunder Dragon, so everything must be related to the Thunder Dragon. And the Thunder Dragon must have some secrets. Shenke was not surprised by the change in Zhong Yongxi's expression, as if he had already expected it. After gradually calming down, Zhong Yongxi said, "It's related to a legend. It's an ancient dragon boat. You may not have heard of it." A picture suddenly appeared in Zichen's mind. It was another space where a dragon boat made of skeletons was moving. An ancient, bleak, and tragic war song came from the dragon boat, and at the same time, there was a heart-palpitating aura. He interrupted Zhong Yongxi and asked, "Is it a black boat made of skeletons with a dragon head in front of the bow?" Zhong Yongxi said in surprise, "You've heard of this legend?" Zichen shook his head and said, "No, but I've seen it." Zhong Yongxi's expression changed. "What? You've seen it?" Old Shenke, on the other hand, suddenly recalled the scene when the dragon boat appeared a few years ago. Zichen didn't hide anything and directly said, "A few years ago, the human city was occupied by the Dax race. I was only at the 7th tier back then. At that time, I led a few dozen people into the empty alien city. As soon as I came out of a shop, I felt a terrifying aura. I looked up and saw a skeletal dragon boat. The dragon boat was above me, but it seemed to be traveling through another space. I could even hear a desolate war song coming from the dragon boat, as if it was summoning something. At that time, I felt very uncomfortable. The aura was suffocating, but the others didn't feel anything strange." Hearing Zichen's words, Zhong Yongxi's face was full of shock. 7th layer, you can actually feel the call of the dragon boat at only the 7th layer. I am completely sure that you have the potential not inferior to Lord Longfei. Zichen did not care about potential. What he cared about was the dragon boat. He asked, "What exactly is the skeletal dragon boat?" An ancient warship, a desolate war song, summoning experts to explore the depths of the world, Shenke's voice suddenly sounded. "You know about it too." Zichen turned around and looked at Shenke. "Anyone who stays here long enough will know about it," Shenke said. "You said that the dragon boat summoned experts to explore the depths of the world. What is there in the depths of the world?" Zichen asked. Shenke shook his head and said, "No one knows, but everyone wants to go." "What do you mean? If you don't know what is there, you still want to go. It is because you don't know that it is mysterious." "What do you mean?" Zichen couldn't help but laugh. "So, the dragon boat has appeared many times. Those people have found something in the depths of the world." Shenke shook his head and said, "No one knows, because no one has returned." Zichen was shocked. "No one has returned? Are they all dead?" Shenke said, "One theory is that they are all dead, but another theory is that they went to the depths of the world through the dragon boat and then entered another world." "Another world? It is just a theory. No one can prove it. After all, no one has returned alive." Zichen turned to look at Zhong Yongxi again. "You asked Lei Long. Is Lei Long related to the dragon boat?" Zhong Yongxi said, "To drive the dragon boat into the depths of the world, the prerequisite is that there is a dragon soul controlling it." Zichen said coldly, "You want Lei Long to die. No one could return, but the dragon boat turned back. Obviously, the dragon soul was dead." Zichen was not an explorer, so he was not interested in exploring an unknown place. As if guessing Zichen's inner thoughts, Zhong Yongxi said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. That place was unknown before, but we got information about the dragon boat from the Soul Devourer race. It is said that there is a secret in the depths of the world that can allow one to break into the realm of Realm Master. Break into the realm of Realm Master. Zichen was startled. In this way, the exploration was worth it. It was much more difficult to break into the realm of Realm Master than to break into the realm of Corporeal Realm. It represented the growth of the world, and the transformation of the realm in one's body. For example, this city was full of Realm Masters, but no one could break into the realm of Realm Master. In the Jianwu continent, only the truly shocking existences could enter the realm of Realm Master. Those pure higher life forms could also easily enter the realm of Realm Master, but before that, they needed to sleep for a long time. And during the sleep, if there were not enough protective measures, it was easy to die. Soul Devourer race, can their words be trusted? Zichen asked. Even Shenke did not understand. I saw that tortoise shell with my own eyes. The ancient words of this world are recorded on it, and there is a description of the end of the world. There is a place in it that contains the secret to breaking into the realm of Realm Master. Zhong Yongxi said, and you know that breaking into the realm of Realm Master in this world will be much stronger than breaking through in the outside world. This is an opportunity for you, for me, and even for them. Zichen fell into deep thought. All the experts on the list were looking for Zichen for the lightning dragon. From their attitude, it could be seen that they were not robbing, but cooperating. According to what Zhong Yongxi said, there was an ancient dragon ship. It constantly traveled through this world and called out. Some beings with extremely high potential would be able to hear the summons, but in this world, there were simply too many outstanding individuals. Just the Imperial Sky region alone had 100 elites on the roll, and there were also the Dax race, the Soul Devouring race, and other races. But there was only one dragon ship, so its capacity was naturally limited. When the time came, who should go and who should not? So everyone could only form an alliance, gather all the experts, and board the ship with great power. As for Zhong Yongxi and the other experts from 10,000 years ago, the reason why they were unwilling to leave this world was because they were waiting for the dragon ship to appear. No one came back. There are so many shocking existences. Is the end of the world so terrifying? Zichen muttered to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, what about Longfei? As the number one person, is he not qualified to board the ship? Xink said, of course Longfei is qualified. But when the dragon ship appeared, he suddenly hesitated before boarding and then voluntarily withdrew. Voluntarily withdrew? Why? Doesn't he want to break through to the Realm Lord level? Zichen was confused. At that time, this news had not appeared. Some people said that Lord Longfei withdrew because of fear, but others said that Lord Longfei might have sensed something and thus chose to withdraw. Zhong Yongxi smiled bitterly. Zichen's expression changed. He had seen Longfei once. Although it was just a glance, he could tell that Longfei was not a coward. Then the only possibility for Longfei to withdraw was that he had discovered something. But what did he discover that made him not board the ship? Zichen could not understand. Not only Longfei, there was also Tang Nuo. He also chose to withdraw the moment he boarded the ship. Tang Nuo. Seeing the confusion on Zichen's face, Xink explained, Tang Nuo also came from Shuntian Prefecture. He was the number one person before Longfei. If I'm not wrong, he should be the Prefecture Lord of Shuntian Prefecture now. Lord Prefecture Lord. Zichen was very surprised. In Shuntian Prefecture, he had only seen the Prefecture Lord once. He was a dignified and domineering middle-aged man. He looked like a general and not a city lord. Speaking of which, he was somewhat similar to Longfei. Such an expert would not back down when faced with a matter. Moreover, so many people did not withdraw. Only these two experts withdrew. Zichen would not believe that they were afraid. Then the only possibility was that they had discovered something before boarding the ship. But what did they discover? Zichen did not know. Of course, Zhong Yongxi did not know. We also thought about Lord Longfei's matter. Lord Longfei must have discovered something. After that, I went to find Lord Longfei once and specifically asked, but I did not get any useful clues. Zhong Yongxi said, after that, Lord Longfei stayed in the battlefield of despair. We guessed that Lord Longfei was waiting for the next appearance of the dragon boat, but we guessed wrong. Lord Long Fei actually left the battlefield of despair. Old Man Shink had been silent. He could not give any advice on this matter. My intention this time is to form an alliance. The experts of the Imperial Sky region will form an alliance. When the time comes, you will take the dragon soul and we will be the first to board the dragon ship. Let me think about this matter. Zichen said. We have not received news of the dragon ship docking. You may have many years to think about it. This matter is not urgent. Zhong Yongxi said. As for the matter of entering the Imperial Sky Alliance last time, Zichen waved his hand and said, I will not agree to this matter. After the conversation, Zhong Yongxi left. Zichen and Shink stayed to eat. During the meal, Old Man Shink seemed absent-minded. Zichen asked, What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Chapter 1697. Zichen, who was eating, seemed to be a little distracted. He was casually listening to Old Man Shenka's nagging. Suddenly, when he heard about Long Fei, his whole body trembled. He suddenly raised his head and asked, What? What did you say? Before Long Fei left, he talked to you about the ancient dragon boat. The ancient dragon boat was the most mysterious thing in the battlefield of despair. In the entire battlefield of despair, there was very little knowledge about it. Everything was a legend, and there was no proof. But unexpectedly, Long Fei told Shenka something. Long Fei had left. This was definitely an exclusive secret in the battlefield of despair. Shenka didn't say it before because he didn't want Zhong Yongxi to know. Shenka recalled what Long Fei had said. Before leaving this world, Long Fei came to me. At first, we talked about some trivial things, but in the end, we talked about the ancient dragon boat. At that time, Long Fei said that he didn't know what was at the end of the world, but he said that once we boarded the boat, we would have to face the choice and test of human nature. Choice and test. Zichen looked confused. The choice and test of human nature, Shenka emphasized. What do you mean? I don't know. I haven't been there. Long Fei hasn't been there, so he doesn't know. He just said that after boarding the boat, we might face many choices, and each choice will determine our future path. He is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want to make a certain choice, so he quit at the last moment. Maybe Tang Nuo was also there for the same reason. Choice. It affected the choice of the future path. Long Fei's words definitely had a deep meaning, but unfortunately, Zichen couldn't figure it out. There was still some time before the dragon boat docked. Zichen could slowly think about it and consider whether to board the boat or not. Wu Xie had already finished counting the spoils. He had looted the 5 great families' headquarters. Although the other party had been prepared and had moved a lot of resources, Zichen and the others had still obtained a considerable amount of loot. Just the materials for refining royal weapons, each of them had 2. After staying in this city for 3 days, Zichen began to return with his men. After solving the problem here, they had more important things to do. Before leaving, Shenka said that he also wanted to go back. He said that he had gotten used to everything in the 7th city. After returning to Sevenfold City, Zichen and the others couldn't wait to enter the teleportation array. The 5 families will definitely send more people. I think you should wait for a few more days, Shenka suggested. Time is of the essence. This time, we have brought a lot of resources with us. It should be enough for us to use for a while. As for the transaction, we'll talk about it later. In total, they had stayed here for about a month, but in the other world, several years had passed. Too many things could happen in these few years. As soon as the teleportation array fluctuated, Tomb Keeper arrived under the Cosmos Bell. He looked at the figures that appeared one after another. There were a total of 12 people, and not a single one was missing. Tomb Keeper heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, sensing everyone's strength, a surprised smile appeared on Mumu's face. All of you actually broke through. Zichen, who had just appeared, saw a hint of worry in Shomu's smile and immediately asked, What's wrong? Is there trouble? Tomb Keeper nodded. They're here. Soul-devouring clan. Yes. Just as they were talking, other warriors arrived one after another. When these warriors saw Zichen and the others, their faces were clearly filled with surprise. Soon, All the warriors gathered here. They had all come of their own accord. From their expressions, Zichen could see how urgent the current situation was. Tomb Keeper said with a bitter face, "They're too strong. They almost destroyed this place. I had no choice but to use the Cosmos Bell to seal this place. But this is not a long-term solution. If you came back a little later, I would have sent Viper to find you." The soul-devouring clan was the natives' nemesis. When Kisi dared to bring 13 people in, he didn't take the native army seriously. It was no joke for the soul-devouring clan to destroy an indigenous world. "Where are they now?" Zichen asked. "They can't attack here. They've set their sights on the dragon's tomb. They're now hunting giant dragons outside the dragon's tomb. Follow me." During the battle with Zichen that day, Kisi made a breakthrough at the critical moment and successfully escaped. At that time, he was injured and didn't dare to fight head-on. He had just recovered from his injuries when he heard that Zichen and the others were busy causing trouble for the 5 great families. He led his men to station here again. The process was easy. He knew the exact coordinates and could come in at any time. As soon as they arrived in this world, they found a group of natives. After easily killing them, they were ready to get rid of all the natives in this world. Unfortunately, when they attacked the native tribe, they met with resistance. After attacking for a month without any results, they settled for the next best thing, which was to kill the giant dragons here. They stayed here for 2 whole years. At the same time, Kisi, who accurately sensed the flow of time here, was extremely shocked. The wealth in this world was beyond his imagination. There were more giant dragons than he had imagined. The process of killing the giant dragons was not smooth. It was even more difficult to enter the dragon's tomb. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. They still hadn't entered the dragon's tomb. They hadn't even gotten close. And recently, he heard some news about Zichen and his followers. His face gradually became gloomy. Zichen smoothly killed his way into the city, killed Shu Hu, and killed the expert ranked 78th on the list. Although he had just entered the 9th level, his battle strength was comparable to a peak 9th level expert. There were rumors that Zichen would be the next Long Fei. Who was Long Fei? There was probably no one in the entire battlefield of despair who didn't know about it. Kisi didn't meet Long Fei face to face. He felt a little regretful, but also very lucky. It was said that all the alien races who had met Long Fei face to face didn't survive. Many of the bloodline awakened experts in the clan were very cautious when talking about Long Fei. Their words were full of reverence. Long Fei was an expert. This name represented a legend. And Zichen was actually comparable to Long Fei. His battle strength was obviously extraordinary. Kisi had experienced this personally. His soul-devouring divine abilities' only counter was Zichen. But Zichen was different from Long Fei. Zichen had 11 followers, and these 11 were all experts on the list. If it was just Zichen alone, Kisi could still suppress him with the advantage of numbers. But with the 11 people, they were no match. Retreat. After hearing that Zichen had returned, he didn't hesitate and decisively ordered his people to retreat. The other soul-devouring race members were stunned when they heard this. They turned to look at Kisi in confusion. Time is of the essence. There is no time to explain. Everyone, retreat quickly, Kisi said again with a serious expression. A soul-devouring race member glanced at the dragon corpse beside him and asked, "These giant dragons are no threat to us. Why should we retreat? This is an order." Kisi's tone was cold. The group of soul-devouring race members became serious. They didn't dare to delay and sped up the process of processing the dragon corpse. Don't take these things. Come with me now." While urging, energy appeared in Kisi's hand. He was ready to break open the space. He was fine just now, but now he wanted to leave in such a hurry. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. A golden light appeared in the sky and shot in front of Kisi. The space that was about to be broken open became stable again. Kisi's expression changed. He looked up at the sky. A space passage appeared, and Zichen and the others walked out. Looking at Zi Chen's mocking face, Qixi became very uneasy. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth. The black light around him exploded. This kind of escape technique was unique to the soul-devouring race. It was also a life-saving technique. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. As soon as these people appeared, their master used an escape technique. The other soul-devouring race members couldn't understand. They were all wondering who these 13 people were. How could they make their master flee without a fight? Among these people, there were also some smart ones. They instantly made the same choice as their master and spread out. The tomb guard raised his hand and shot out beams of golden light. He was ready to imprison these people, but he was a step too late. Those who escaped had already escaped. Those who didn't could no longer escape. The 11 people behind Zi Chen rushed toward the group of soul-devouring race members. Seeing these humans rushing over, some of the soul-devouring race members shouted and used their soul-devouring divine ability to launch soul attacks. However, the 11 people in front didn't stop at all. The soul shadows that rushed into their sea of consciousness were instantly destroyed. The passage in the sky hadn't closed yet. 9th-tier warriors walked out one after another. Murderous intent surged around them. These soul-devouring race members had brought them a lot of trouble. Today, under Zi Chen's lead, they would fight these soul-devouring race members to the death. In fact, Zi Chen didn't want them to come because they couldn't help at all. However, they insisted on coming. After walking out of the passage, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked ahead. Their expressions were exaggerated as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. These were really the soul-devouring race. They were the kind of soul-devouring race that could destroy an entire world by themselves. Why did they run away in fear as soon as they appeared? They didn't even hesitate to use secret techniques. A moment ago, they didn't understand the reason. However, after the 11 people behind Zi Chen attacked, they completely understood. These 11 people killed soul-devouring race members of the same level as if they were slaughtering chickens and dogs. That calmness made it seem like the soul-devouring race was a natural counter to them. Of the dozen or so soul-devouring race members who had escaped, there were still more than 30 left. After the tomb guard sealed the space with the bell of heaven and earth, the remaining 30 or so soul-devouring race members were all killed. Before this, Zi Chen, who was recognized as the strongest person, didn't make a move. When the battle ended, all the soul-devouring race members were killed. The 11 people had 36 soul fragments on them. They handed these fragments to Zi Chen. Next, they would let Dan Ding refine them and condense them into things that they could use. The trouble was resolved so easily. The group of warriors couldn't believe it. At this moment, Zi Chen's voice sounded, "Clean up the battlefield first." Only then did the warriors realize that there were still many giant dragon corpses on the ground. Chapter 1698. The giant dragons on the ground were all killed by the soul-devouring clan before they could dispose of them. There were nearly 30 of them, which showed how efficient the soul-devouring clan was at killing dragons. A group of warriors swooped down and began dissecting the dragon corpses with their dragon weapons. The group of 11 flew back. Looking at them, Zi Chen said, "Let's go. We'll go deeper." This time, they planned to kill more powerful giant dragons, such as the black giant dragon that prompted Lei Long to condense his dragon body. Zi Chen needed the dragon bones of these giant dragons to condense his weapons. In fact, it was not accurate to say that they were condensing. They should be strengthened and upgraded. Although the weapons in their hands were all extraordinary, they had not reached the limit of a king weapon. As their strength and combat strength increased, the lack of enhancement of their weapons gradually became apparent. Take Zi Chen's black saber for example. It was not as handy and sharp as before. Zi Chen needed to use some dragon bones and dragon blood to upgrade the black saber to the true limit of a king weapon. As for the scabbard, it had no grade, but it was very unusual. It was as if it was a single piece and could not be upgraded. Lei Long flashed out from Zi Chen's waist, revealing his giant dragon body. Waves of dragon power spread out, and the giant dragons nearby instantly exploded, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Lei Long. Lei Long's dragon power spread out, which was equivalent to provoking the powerful beings in the dragon tomb. Not long after, there was a dragon roar that shook the soul. Then, a giant golden dragon rushed out. The giant golden dragon was huge, at least hundreds of meters long, and shone with golden light. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Lei Long and flapped its wings. "Go!" Zichen shouted and rushed into the sky, blocking the giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon's cold eyes saw this insignificant human. It flapped its wings, creating a hurricane to blow the human away. In its eyes, the only thing it cared about was Lei Long. As the hurricane passed, the human disappeared. A look of disdain flashed in the giant golden dragon's cold eyes, but in the next moment, it felt pain on its back and let out a low roar. Zichen had already flashed onto the dragon's back. Using his strongest strength, he broke off a few dragon scales on the dragon's body and forcefully sent the long saber in. The blade wasn't sharp enough, so it took a lot of effort to break through. However, the soul-devouring effect was very powerful, and it was currently devouring the golden dragon's soul. The golden dragon was in pain, and its body tumbled in the air, trying to push the human away. Space trembled, and a terrifying power vibrated. Zichen stuck close to the dragon's body. Barbarian Shi and the others rushed up from behind. Although their attacks were a little strenuous, they could still break through the dragon's defense and activate the soul devour effect. Before the golden dragon could reach the lightning dragon, a dozen wounds appeared on its body. Golden dragon blood sprayed out, and the dragon soul was being lost. A painful dragon roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Space was constantly distorted as terrifying energy vibrated. The warriors in the distance watched the great battle with great shock on their faces. The energy fluctuations were too strong. Although everyone was at the 9th level, they didn't dare to step forward. If they were to recklessly step forward and get swept up by the energy, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. A moment later, a low roar sounded from the dragon's tomb again, and another dragon flew out. Its body flashed with a blue light, and it rushed towards Zichen and the others. Clearly, it wanted to rescue them. Groan. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Without waiting for the blue dragon to rush up, the lightning dragon turned into a flash of lightning and rushed up. The two dragons fought in the sky. In the sky, the energy turbulence became even more intense. Die! Zichen's voice resounded between heaven and earth. The dragon spike in his hand began to glow, and he pierced it toward the golden dragon's head. PFFF, the special effect of ignoring defense, was activated, and the dragon spike pierced the dragon's head. Following that, a powerful surge of energy dispersed the dragon's soul. Zichen instantly pulled out the dragon spike, and stabbed the dragon's head with the long blade. The long blade devoured the shattered dragon's soul. The golden dragon died, and its corpse fell to the ground. Zichen, who had exhausted all his strength, had no more strength left. He could only fall down with the dragon. Man Shi and the others shot out waves of energy to support the falling dragon. Looking at the huge dragon in front of them, everyone's face was filled with shock. Only by experiencing it personally would one know how terrifying a dragon was. Its defense was even stronger than an ordinary expert on the list. As for its attack, it could be seen from the wounds on Man Shi and the others. To be able to injure an expert on the list, it must be an existence comparable to an expert on the list. If one were to use human standards to determine combat power, this golden dragon could definitely be ranked in the top 50 of the list. It might even be more difficult to deal with than the top 50 human experts. Zichen, who was at the 9th tier, used the special effect of the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, but his strength was instantly drained. While the dragon spike was extraordinary, the golden dragon's strength was also unquestionable. Wu Xie stepped forward and collected the golden dragon's corpse. On the other side, the lightning dragon had more experience and an advantage. It forcefully devoured the blue dragon's soul, and kept the dragon's corpse. The two dragon corpses had enough materials for 12 people. Everyone returned. On the way back, the warriors were still in shock. They did not expect the tribe's biggest crisis to be resolved so easily. Even the tomb keeper's mood was much better. Don't let your guard down. They ran away this time. It's very likely that they will send more experts here. We must always pay attention to the spatial fluctuations, Zichen reminded. Send more experts. The tomb keeper looked at Zichen in confusion. He did not understand why the soul-devouring clan would dare to come again when Zichen already had such a strong combat power. Zichen reminded him, don't underestimate anyone. With my current combat power, I can barely enter the top 50 of the human world. However, the soul-devouring clan must have existences comparable to the experts on the list. If a few of them come, I may not be able to handle them. The tomb keeper's relaxed mood tensed up again. He asked worriedly, then what should we do? Zichen pondered for a moment and said, I have a way to stop the true experts of the soul-devouring clan. As for whether it will succeed, I'm not sure. The last time Zichen fought against a city, the entire city retreated because many of the experts in the city did not make a move. The soul-devouring clan was different. The two sides were on opposite sides. If the soul-devouring clan did not take them into consideration, as long as they sent out all their experts, Zichen would not be able to defend this world. Hearing Zichen's method, the tomb keeper said, no matter whether it will succeed or not, we have to try. After returning to the tribe, Wu Xie and the others began to dissect the dragon corpses. Under Zichen's cosmos bell, they stepped into the teleportation array again to look for Old Man Shenke. To Zichen's surprise, as soon as he arrived at Shenke's store, he saw Zhong Yongxi, the expert ranked 11th on the list, whom he was looking for. Seeing the obvious astonishment on Zichen's face, Zhong Yongxi smiled and said, I guessed that you were looking for me. In order to save time, I took the initiative to come. You guessed that I was looking for you. Zichen looked at Zhong Yongxi in disbelief. The soul-devouring clan suffered a great loss in your world. There were more than 50 people there, but only a dozen came back. This attracted a lot of attention. Among the survivors, someone revealed the true value of that world, which caused a huge commotion. Zichen's face darkened. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Kusai knew that he was no match for him. His idea of monopolizing that world was completely shattered by Zichen's rise. In order to maximize his own benefits, he would definitely use the coordinates of that world to make an issue out of it. Did he sell the coordinates of that world? Zichen asked. Zhong Yongxi shook his head and said, not yet. Before Zichen could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhong Yongxi continued, but in 3 days, there will be a trade fair. The coordinates will be sold there. That damned thing. Zichen's face was filled with anger. The trade fair was equivalent to an auction. At that time, the highest bidder would get the coordinates. Zichen was very clear about the value of that world. Not to mention the existence in the dragon tomb, just those giant dragons alone were worth an unimaginable amount of wealth. Zichen's expression changed. He was considering the gains and losses. He even had the thought of buying the coordinates, but it was just a thought. Compared to those experts and forces, Zichen did not have the financial resources to do so. Zichen kept calculating the gains and losses in his heart. His expression gradually returned to normal. He looked up at Zhong Yongxi and said, you should have a solution since you were waiting for me here, right? Zhong Yongxi laughed and said, what can I do? Zichen said unhurriedly, what if I agree to bring the dragon soul to the dragon boat? Zhong Yongxi's eyes lit up and said, if that's the case, you can stop some experts. The value of that world was very high, but that was only for forces. It could nurture many experts, but for those true experts, there was nothing more important than becoming a sector lord. Zichen looked into Zhong Yongxi's eyes and said, my request is not high. I just want to stop those existences that are a threat to me. Zhong Yongxi frowned and said, that's a bit wide range. Zichen shook his head and said, it's not wide at all. Just use the top 40 experts on the list as the standard. Top 40. Zhong Yongxi sized up Zichen. He had just entered the 9th level, but he was confident that he could enter the top 40. This was much more impressive than Long Fei back then. Zichen was only at the early 9th level. Once he entered the middle or late 9th level, his battle prowess would naturally increase by leaps and bounds. It would not be difficult for him to enter first place on the list. Okay, leave this to me. Considering Chen's future potential, Zhong Yongxi nodded in agreement, even if this matter was a bit tricky. Time is of the essence. I have to hurry back. After saying goodbye to Xing, Chen stepped back into the teleportation formation. Zhong Yongxi chatted with Xing for a while more, then turned and left. When Chen returned to the small world, 2 days had passed. In 2 days, the 2 dragons had finished dissecting, and all kinds of materials were neatly arranged. Among them, the dragon scales were the most abundant. Chen took some, then some dragon bones and dragon blood. He threw all these materials into the pill cauldron to refine them. Within the pill cauldron, blue flames surged and melted the materials one by one. This was the pill cauldron's unique method. It could refine anything and condense the essence. Chapter 1699. A new discovery. That's right. The time for you to upgrade your weapon might have to be delayed. Cauldron Spirit took out 2 portions of liquid. One portion radiated golden light while the other radiated blue light. Chen's eyes fell on the materials. Cauldron Spirit explained, these are made from 2 types of dragon scales. When I was refining them, I discovered that there are 2 types of energy in them. 2 types of energy? You mean that they belong to 2 different attributes? Chen was rather surprised. There were countless dragons in this world. But after they were killed, they would turn into pure energy without any attribute. They were very pure and could be used by anyone. That was why everyone was envious of them. The discovery of 2 different attributes did not diminish the value of the dragons. On the contrary, it made them even more valuable. This was because 2 different attributes represented 2 different types of edicts. It was only natural that items that contained edicts would be more valuable. Chen was puzzled and asked, isn't this a good thing? Why do you want to delay it? Cauldron Spirit explained, even if the 2 attributes cannot be fused together, they will still be stronger than a single attribute. That is, of course, a good thing. But this way, the power of the refined weapon will be very limited. It will not reach the pinnacle. Unless, Chen asked, unless what? Cauldron Spirit pointed at the 2 portions of liquid materials and said, unless you can find other compatible attributes and perfectly fuse them together. I reckon that there should be dragons of other attributes. You should go look for them. Upon hearing those words, Chen's eyes lit up. He recalled that he had seen a black dragon before. It should be of another attribute. Perhaps there were dragons of other attributes in the vicinity of the dragon tomb. All right, I will arrange it right away. Chen was rather impatient. He quickly gathered a group of people. You want to kill more dragons? Are 2 not enough to upgrade the weapon? Just like Chen, everyone had the same doubts. Chen explained patiently. Everyone was pleasantly surprised after hearing those words. They immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go hunt the dragons. Everyone appeared to be very impatient. They left the clan one after another. Cauldron Spirit had clearly stated that once all the attributes were gathered and perfectly fused with each other, the grade of the royal armament would be raised to the true limit. At that time, the ultimate royal armament would be second only to emperor armaments. It would be able to greatly enhance the combat strength of the party. Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something and quickly called for Viper. Viper was already at the 9th tier, so he was rather surprised by Chen's summons. Soon, Viper appeared in Schenker's little store and conveyed the message from Chen. Schenker, who was calculating, raised his head and asked, you said that Chen delayed the trading day by 5 days. Ada nodded. Yes, Chen personally instructed. Schenker asked again, did something happen? What's Chen doing now? There shouldn't be any problems. Chen has already gone out to hunt the giant dragons. However, he is very determined to delay the matter by 5 days. He must do it. All right, I'll tell Zhong Yongxi and have him arrange this. That would be troublesome. After hearing Schenker's reply, Viper went back to report. Schenker notified Zhong Yongxi as quickly as possible. When Zhong Yongxi heard that Chen had a new request, he also rushed over as quickly as possible. Less than a day had passed since Schenker arrived. What? The trading day is delayed by 5 days. Zhong Yongxi was clearly astonished when he heard the news. We must delay it by 5 days, Shenke emphasized. We still have to delay it. What is this Zi Chen up to? The trading day will begin in 2 days. How can I delay it by 5 days? Zhong Yongxi was obviously worried about this matter. Some forces were very interested in the coordinates of that world. It was impossible for them to give it up. Moreover, the coordinates were not in his hands and he was not the initiator. How could he delay the trading day? While Zhong Yongxi was worrying, Shenke suddenly said, "There may be a way." Zhong Yongxi looked up at the calm Shenke and asked, "Do you have a way?" Shenke said blandly, "What Zi Chen cares about are the experts who can really threaten him. As for the others, he doesn't care about them at all. But this time, since Zi Chen has another request, he obviously has some purpose. It's impossible for you to stop the trading, but it's still possible to delay it. The only way is to initiate something bigger, the dragon boat." Zhong Yongxi's eyes lit up and he blurted out. He was indeed a powerful figure who had occupied the list for 10,000 years. He understood Shenke's meaning in one sentence. Shenke nodded and said, "Yes, now the dragon boat is the most important thing. 2 days later, the coordinates will be publicly sold, right? You can send out invitations now and invite the leaders of the large and small forces as well as the experts on the list to discuss the matter of entering the ancient dragon boat on the same day. Remember, the guy who sold the coordinates must be on the invitation list. The dragon boat is a big deal. Those experts will definitely come. As for those forces, of course, they can't be absent. In this way, even if the trading is not cancelled, the people who attend it are not important enough. Maybe the trading will really be cancelled." Zhong Yongxi nodded repeatedly. On the same day, Zhong Yongxi sent out invitations in his own name. He was ranked 11th on the Imperial Sky Region's martial list. In a situation where the top few had all left the battlefield of despair, he, as an expert ranked 11th, was definitely important enough. Those who received the invitations would probably think twice about whether they should refuse or not. On the same day, there were many cultivators outside the 9-layer city. They started to build temporary residences. The invitations covered a wide range of people. There were experts from the Dax clan, powerful existences from the soul-devouring clan, as well as human forces. The invitations covered almost the entire Imperial Sky region. Kisi was thinking about the details of the trading day. The most important thing was the coordinates. They were something he could exchange for great benefits. When the news spread, although it caused a commotion, the number of experts that could be attracted was not too many. Instead, there were many forces. For example, the 5 great human clans of the Imperial Sky region had never given up on fighting for the coordinates. Other than that, the Dax clan was also a large group. That was because those giant dragons were of great assistance to their cultivation. There were also some forces in the soul-devouring clan who were extremely envious of those coordinates. Relatively speaking, the coordinates were only for forces. It was not very attractive to experts. Kisi was somewhat depressed that he could not attract true experts. At this moment, the door opened. A subordinate of the soul-devouring clan entered with an invitation in his hand. "My lord, this is an invitation from the humans." "Sent by the humans." Kisi frowned slightly. He took the invitation and opened it. Golden words entered Kisi's eyes. Looking at the contents of the invitation, he frowned and did not say anything. The 3 golden words at the bottom of the invitation were so dazzling. "It's Zhong Yongxi, ranked 11th on the human martial list. Why did he suddenly invite me to discuss the matter of the dragon boats?" Kisi muttered with a frown. "Moreover, this is the time when I open the trading day. Is it a coincidence or is he deliberately targeting me?" Hearing his lord's muttering, the subordinate said, "This time, other than my lord, Ming Wang, Mingda, and some other lords also received the invitation." "Oh, so it's just a coincidence and not a deliberate targeting. Indeed, this kind of existence seems to only care about the dragon boats and not a small world." The subordinate asked again, "My lord, are you going? If you go, then the trading can't be held normally." Kisi frowned and said, It's indeed a little troublesome. Well, ancient dragon boats, the world of dragons, dragon souls. Well, I got it. Kusai, who was frowning, suddenly smiled. Go, why wouldn't I go? The heavens are simply helping me. Don't dragon boats need dragon souls to drive? My world doesn't have many things, but there are many dragon souls. I think they will definitely be interested. Whether it's a conspiracy or not, it's an opportunity for me. You go and tell them that the trading day will be postponed. Postponed? The subordinate asked. How many days? 1 day. Oh, no, you don't have to worry about this matter. Just tell them to postpone it. Kisi already had another plan in his mind. Compared with the important matter of Zongyongsi and the dragon boats, the delay of the trading day was really insignificant. Only some forces felt that it was a pity. 1 day in this world was 80 days in Zichen's world. 2 days passed quickly. 160 days had passed in Zichen's world. These 160 days were more than enough for them to do a lot of things. As they ventured out again, they discovered dragons of other attributes and killed them one by one. Whenever they discovered dragons of the same type that they could not use, the lightning dragon would devour them. After spending 2 whole months, they finally gathered enough dragons. There were a total of 7 types of dragons with different attributes. 5 of them represented the 5 elements while the other 2 represented light and darkness. After gathering all 7 types of materials and handing them to Cauldron Spirit stated that the materials were perfectly compatible. Perfect compatibility, but not perfect fusion. The difference of 1 word represented the difference between heaven and earth. Zichen had collected enough of each material. After the pill cauldron refined them, it would slowly add the condensed nomological attributes to everyone's weapons. This process was relatively long as Cauldron Spirit strived for perfection. While they were refining their weapons, the party did not stay idle. They constantly went out to hunt dragons. After devouring dragons of different attributes, Lei Long's strength also advanced by leaps and bounds. In the end, he made a breakthrough to the 9th heaven. More than 100 days passed in a flash. The process of refining weapons had yet to end. Outside Ninefold City, temporary residences had been built. Many alien experts and forces had arrived to discuss the ancient dragon boats, the biggest and most mysterious matter in the entire battlefield of despair. The time had come. However, Zongyongsi did not appear on the first day. Instead, he greeted the party with good tea, water, and snacks. Chapter 1700. Those who had the qualifications to be invited by Zongyongsi were either experts or big shots of their own factions. Apart from Kusai, who was at the early 9th rank, the others were all peak 9th rank existences. After being ignored for an entire day, many people were dissatisfied and had undisguised anger on their faces. You called us over but didn't show yourself. Are you looking down on us or toying with us? A Dax Tigerman slammed the table, causing the tea on the table to tremble and splash out. A powerful aura surged from him, causing many experts' expressions to change. What a powerful aura! Energy ripples spread, causing space to ripple. Kusai's expression changed. As expected, none of those who could come here were weak. Instead, it was him, who was at the early 9th rank, who seemed like a crane in a flock of chickens. A maid immediately came forward to clean up the water on the table. A middle-aged cultivator wearing a blue robe walked in and said with a smile, "Brother Tyrant Tiger must be joking. My elder brother is busy with this matter and hasn't returned yet. That's why everyone waited for an entire day." The Tyrant Tiger's pupils constricted when he saw this middle-aged man. He retracted his aura and snorted, "I hope it's as you say." After saying that, the Tyrant Tiger sat down and didn't say anything else. If one looked closely, they could see fear in his eyes. The chaotic scene quieted down because of the middle-aged man's appearance. Not for anything else, but because of his identity. Yong Mo, ranked 20th on the Imperial Sky Region's commander board. He was Zongyongsi's sworn brother. Knowing how powerful Yong Mo was, many experts chose to remain silent. However, Yong Mo's identity wasn't enough to frighten everyone. The next moment, a lion man shining with golden light said, "Yong Mo, don't play tricks with us. Zhong Yongxi called us here but hasn't come yet. What is he doing? This lion man's status was much higher than the tyrant tigers in the Dax tribe. His reputation was on par with Zhong Yongxi's, so he didn't fear Yongmo at all. The first tiger man made Ku Sai apprehensive, then this Yongmo made him unable to see through him. Now, there was a lion man who dared to call Zhong Yongxi by name. He clearly wasn't any weaker than him. Ku Sai, who was originally full of confidence, restrained himself a lot. As for the others, most of them chose to remain silent. With such an expert speaking, there was almost no chance for them to participate. The silent crowd also wanted to know what Zhong Yongxi was doing. They all looked at Yongmo, waiting for his answer. Facing the gazes of many powerhouses, Yongmo smiled faintly and said, "This is not a secret to begin with. Since even senior brother Meng is asking, then there's no harm in telling everyone." Everyone's spirits were lifted. "Everyone, since everyone is here, it's obvious that you're here for the ancient dragon boat. I believe everyone has heard of the latest news regarding the ancient dragon boat." "That's right, the dragon boat leads to the end of the world. The secret of breaking through to the Sector Lord realm has been confirmed. This is real." There was some disturbance in the crowd. Not everyone knew about this news. The secret to becoming a Sector Lord. Ku Sai raised his head and looked around. As the only 9th-tier early-stage cultivator present, he did not seem to know about this matter. However, looking at the calm expressions of the other soul-devouring clan experts, they were obviously not surprised. They should have known. "Actually, we were the ones who discovered this information first. At that time, you were only at the 8th tier, so we didn't tell you." A voice sounded. It came from a soul-devouring clan expert. He was an expert on the ranking list and had a pure bloodline. Yongmo waved his hand, and the noisy discussion gradually stopped. Yongmo said, "There's no secret to becoming a Sector Lord. The so-called secret here is actually resources. At the end of the world, there are resources that can allow us to break through to the Sector Lord realm. Of course, other than resources, there might be other things. As everyone knows, to board the dragon boat, other than having sufficient strength, one must first prepare a dragon soul. My elder brother has not returned for a long time because he went to look for a dragon soul." When the crowd heard this, they fell into silence. However, there were some who were in the know. One of them questioned, "I heard that you humans have already found a dragon soul. Now that Zhong Yongxi has left, could it be that there's a new discovery?" Yongmo smiled and said, "A dragon soul is already extremely rare. How can there be a second one? Originally, my elder brother had already discussed everything with the owner of the dragon soul. When the time comes, he will directly use the dragon soul to board the boat. However, after that person left, my elder brother had another idea, which is to gather everyone to discuss the matter of forming an alliance. However, before that, he has to find the owner of the dragon soul and discuss this matter with him." "What's the background of that person?" A leopard man stood up, emitting a tyrannical aura. He said loudly, "If he doesn't agree, just kill him." Yongmo looked at this leopard man and said, "Speaking of this person, you should have heard of him before. His name is Zi Chen. He has only been in the battlefield of despair for a mere 10 years and has already become an expert on the ranking board. A few days ago, he had just entered the 9th layer and killed Shu Hu to enter the ranking board. After that, Hu Fu, who was ranked 78th, took a fancy to his dragon soul." Yongmo looked at the crowd and said, "He has just entered the 9th layer and is ranked 78th. According to some reliable sources, he hasn't shown his true strength yet. It's said that if he really shows his strength, he can enter the top 50. The commotion sounded again, but almost all of them were from the other races. Compared to them, the human powers had a deeper understanding of Zi Chen. At this moment, they only revealed surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that Zi Chen actually had the strength to enter the top 50. In the battlefield of despair, every ranking board that was recognized by the rules was an extremely important existence. Zi Chen had just entered the 9th layer and already had the chance to enter the top 50. This kind of battle strength might not be enough to scare the crowd, but this kind of potential was enough to move everyone. Even Ku Sai, who was also in the early 9th layer, didn't have the strength to do so. Sure enough, Yongmo said, "Oh, I forgot to say. Now everyone agrees that Zi Chen will be the next Long Fei." The noisy discussions in the surroundings instantly stopped. The two words Long Fei represented a legend. As soon as the legend was mentioned, the crowd fell silent. Long Fei left, and now Zi Chen came. The other race's expressions were unnatural. I don't believe that he's that strong when he just entered the 9th layer. The leopard man just now snorted, but his tone was clearly no longer forceful. Yongmo said, "Actually, I haven't seen this person before. When I first heard about him, I didn't believe it like most of you. But after we checked some of his battle information, we found that when he was in the middle of the 7th layer, he could already kill a peak 8th layer existence. After entering the 8th layer, he could even kill a 9th layer existence." The other race's expressions changed. There was fear in their eyes, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. As for the leopard man, he sat down and didn't say anything. "Although the dragon soul is in Zi Chen's hands, don't worry. Since my big brother sent out the invitation, he naturally has a way to persuade Zi Chen to let everyone board the boat. This time, we're actually here to discuss the matter of alliance." Alliance? That's right. Everyone knows that boarding a dragon boat is extremely dangerous. Up until now, not a single person has returned alive. We don't know if those people are dead or have truly entered another world. But as long as we form an alliance, if there are any accidents along the way, we will be able to overcome them. And gathering everyone's strength, we will be able to enter the depths of the world and become a sector lord, Yongmo said enthusiastically. Many people were excited and their blood boiled. But there were also some people who curled their lips in disdain. These people were true experts, comparable to Yongmo and Zhong Yongxi. What they cared about the most was whether they could board the dragon boat, not listening to Yongmo's words. On that day, everyone said that they could form an alliance. As for Qixi, his expression constantly changed. If Zi Chen agreed, then all the experts would undoubtedly owe Zi Chen a favor. And if he wanted to sell the coordinates, it would be a bit troublesome. After Yongmo calmed everyone down, Qixi suddenly stood up and said, "Fellow experts, I'm Qixi. I recently discovered a small world. That small world is called the Giant Dragon World. There are many dragon souls there." Seeing a little fellow at the 9th layer, many people were dissatisfied. But when they heard about the Giant Dragon World, they were curious. Of course, I don't know if the dragon souls are useful to the dragon boat or not. But there is a dragon tomb there. Maybe we can find a sleeping dragon soul in the dragon tomb. Everyone looked at Kusai. Under the gazes of many powerhouses, Kusai continued, "Of course, I can't be sure about all this. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. When Lord Zhong Yongxi returns, after this discussion, I will sell the coordinates of the Giant Dragon World." Although he finally stated his purpose, Qixi didn't receive the response he expected. Some experts comparable to Zhong Yongxi just glanced at him with a faint smile and then looked away. On the other hand, those big shots seemed to be very tempted. Similarly, Yongmo also glanced at Qixi with a faint smile. Zhong Yongxi didn't return the next day, but there was news that Zi Chen had agreed to let everyone who was invited to board the dragon boat. The final goal was achieved. The next step was to discuss some details. They could only wait for Zhong Yongxi to return. On the 3rd day, Zhong Yongxi appeared with good news. So, a group of experts began to discuss. This time, the discussion took 2 full days. After delaying for 5 days, Zhong Yongxi heaved a sigh of relief. He would leave the rest of the matters to Zi Chen to handle. These 5 days plus the previous 2 days made 7 days. And in Zi Chen's world, 1.5 years had passed. After such a long time, everyone's weapons finally died. While Qixi was selling the coordinates in the place provided by Zhong Yongxi, Zi Chen took out the upgraded black long saber from the alchemy cauldron. Chapter 1701. The coordinates of the great dragon world that Keith was looking forward to the most did not sell at a price that satisfied him. The bidding process was very short. There were only a few bids, and the selling price was not high either. This was not because the great dragon world was not worth a high price. On the contrary, It was because the value of the Great Dragon World was so great that one faction could not afford it. Sooner or later, they would have to work together, so no faction would be foolish enough to bid. Keith had his own plans, but he did not know that the bosses of the other factions were much more cunning than him. Once the coordinates were sold, it was destined to be made public. The auction price was even negotiated by the other factions and shared equally in the end. The true powerhouses did not participate in the bidding, but it did not mean that they were not interested in that world. After hearing Keith's words, driven by curiosity, they would definitely go. However, unlike the other factions, they would only go alone. The bidding for the coordinates ended quickly, and Keith was a little depressed. Compared to the depressed Keith, Zi Chen was in a good mood. Zhong Yongxi had successfully bought time. After more than a year, his weapon had been strengthened and upgraded. The original black saber had changed greatly, and the blade was bright with 7 colors. The 7-colored light represented the energy of the 7-colored rules. The sharpness and soul-devouring effects were still there, and they had been effectively strengthened. Holding the 7-colored saber and feeling its power, Zi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Now, the quality of the 7-colored saber had truly reached the highest level of king-grade spiritual weapons, second only to royal weapons. Just the dragon materials consumed alone were an unimaginable fortune. After Zi Chen's weapon was upgraded, everyone else's weapons were also strengthened one after another. With the enhancement second only to royal weapons, everyone's combat power had increased by a large margin. The 7-colored saber's brilliance faded, and it returned to its scabbard. A mysterious black light flowed on the scabbard, indicating its extraordinary quality. Are we going to enter the dragon tomb next? Man Shi's weapon was a mace. The material itself was special, which was why it could withstand the strengthening of the 7 dragon attributes. The others were full of confidence. With such a powerful weapon, they were confident that they could enter the dragon tomb and explore the real changes in the dragon tomb. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "This is not urgent. Before that, let's deal with some trouble first." Trouble. The coordinates of this world have been exposed. Soon, a large number of powerhouses will enter this world. We need to prepare in advance. Hearing that there was going to be another great battle, everyone became excited. With weapons and resources, the only thing left for him was to break through his limits through constant battles and reach the limits of his realm. With the appearance of the enhanced weapons, the entire tribe shone with a 7-colored radiance. The tomb keeper rushed over immediately. When he saw everyone's weapons, his eyes immediately lit up. The stronger everyone was, the safer the world would be. However, when he saw that Zi Chen, who should have been happy, had an ugly expression, Mu Shou had a bad feeling. He stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" Zi Chen sheathed his saber and said, "If my guess is correct, the coordinates of this world have already been exposed." Guardian Mu was not as surprised as he had imagined. He sighed and said bitterly, "We've been exposed in the end. What are we going to face next?" The experts of the soul-devouring clan. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "The true experts probably won't come to harass us. What we need to face is probably an endless army." Tombkeeper was puzzled. "Army?" Zi Chen nodded. "Perhaps we'll face an alliance of many races. It'll be an allied army." Tombkeeper's face paled. "So there'll be the Dax beasts, the soul-devouring clan, and the humans." Zi Chen nodded again. Tombkeeper's body swayed, and he almost fell over. "The true experts won't interfere. I guarantee that nothing will happen to the tribe. As for the dragon's tomb, it's impossible for anything to happen. The only thing they can obtain is the dragon materials." Hearing Zi Chen's words of comfort, Tombkeeper forced a smile. At this point, this was the only thing they could do. After selling the coordinates, the various factions began to gather experts and prepare to enter the small world. Just as Zi Chen had guessed, many of the opposing factions chose to ally. Outside a spatial node, an allied army of several thousand was gathered. The leader was a 9th-rank soul-devouring clan expert. He pointed at the spatial node and said, "It's there. Once we blast it open, we'll be able to see the dragon world." 2 9th-rank soul-devouring clans experts walked out from behind the crowd. They were both Dax beasts. The two of them used their full strength to attack. Tombkeeper immediately sensed the tremors in the spatial barrier and notified Zichen. Zichen and the others quickly gathered at the rippling space. Tombkeeper said, "They're right outside." Just as they were speaking, the space was torn open, and a spatial passage appeared. On the other side of the spatial passage stood two 9th-rank Dax beasts. Zichen glanced at the two of them. Without saying a word, he threw a punch. The dazzling golden fist passed through the spatial passage and exploded on the other side. The two 9th-rank Dax beasts were sent flying, and it was unknown if they were still alive. You can defend one passage, but you can defend all of them. Seeing the two 9th-rank Dax beasts killed with one punch, the soul-devouring clan expert was surprised. The rumors said that Zichen was powerful, and it was true. However, one person's power was limited, so he didn't have to worry about anything. There were many beast race experts here, and many of them could destroy spatial nodes. He raised his finger and sent out a few rays of energy, marking a few directions. He said indifferently, "Attack the marked places." After breaking, before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. With a tap of his foot, he retreated backward. A bolt of lightning appeared where he had just been standing. Then, like a shadow, it followed him. This soul-devouring clan expert kept retreating. As he retreated, wave after wave of spatial power surged. Every time he retreated, he would step on a spatial node. It looked like he had only taken one step back, but he had actually passed through several spaces. However, the lightning followed him like a shadow. No matter how he passed through space, he couldn't shake it off. His expression changed again and again. He didn't dare to stop retreating. More and more space strength surged out. Looking at the lightning that he couldn't shake off, a trace of panic finally appeared on his face and he began to think about retreating. In the next moment, he prepared to activate the soul-devouring clan's unique escape technique. He could travel thousands of miles in an instant. The shadow-like lightning suddenly turned into a human figure. He grabbed the soul-devouring clan expert by the neck. Light flowed on the human figure, and the space around him kept twisting. The soul-devouring clan expert's escape technique was instantly interrupted. Chen. Seeing this human figure, the soul-devouring clan expert was shocked. He couldn't help but let out a low groan. His eyes were filled with despair. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He exerted force in his hand, and a ray of golden light surged into the soul-devouring clan expert's body. His body exploded, and he died a violent death. In the distance, many warriors gathered together, but they didn't make a sound. The scene was dead silent. Die. In another direction, there was a sudden roar. A steel giant descended from the sky and landed among the beast race warriors. Boom. When he landed, the ground shook. Many beast race warriors lost their balance and were about to fall. A black ripple shook out from the steel giant, surging in all directions. The nearby beast race warriors were instantly sent flying by the impact of this energy, coughing up blood. Many of the warriors were sent flying, and many of them were heavily injured. At the same time, several human figures descended from the sky like heavenly soldiers and charged at the other beast race warriors. On the other side, the soul-devouring clan that had arrived had also suffered fatal attacks. Their leader was a tall woman. Her eyes were very gentle, but her attacks were extremely sharp and powerful. Blue lightning kept flashing out of her forehead. Wherever the lightning passed, the soul-devouring clan members' bodies exploded. Their souls shattered, and they lost all consciousness. Zichen charged out with the 11 powerhouses and kept killing. Facing these powerhouses on the list, no one could fight back. The remaining soul-devouring clan members saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped. However, the Dax beasts who didn't know how to escape were in trouble. They didn't know how to escape, so they could only rely on their speed to escape. But how could they be faster than the powerhouses on the list? There were 3 parties here. Zichen's group appeared and chose to attack the soul-devouring clan and the Dax beasts. As for the humans, they didn't encounter any attacks. Seeing this, the human warriors stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. One of them asked in a small voice, "Sir, Should we help? The peak rank 9 powerhouse turned around and glared at his subordinate. Help my ass. Can't you see who they are? Helping is suicide. These were all powerhouses, and they were even stronger than Shu Hu. These powerhouses didn't care about their status and killed. Anyone who dared to attack would be courting death. As soon as the battle started, the soul-devouring clan and the beast race army collapsed and started to flee. The human powerhouses stood there in a daze, unable to advance or retreat. This situation lasted until the end of the battle. By the time they realized what was happening, there were only corpses and human warriors left. Zichen stood in the air with Man Shi and the others behind him, looking down at the human warriors indifferently. Facing the 12 powerhouses on the list, the atmosphere was very tense. Many of the human warriors found it difficult to breathe, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The peak rank 9 powerhouse at the front raised his hand with difficulty and shouted, "Retreat." With a whoosh, everyone scattered and fled into the distance. Looking at these sorry figures, Zichen didn't attack. Return. When the humans disappeared from his sight, Zichen turned around and stepped into the space passage, entering the small world. How is it? Tombkeeper asked anxiously. They've all retreated, Zichen replied indifferently. Just as Zichen and the others were killing, in other places outside the small world, groups of warriors gathered. They were scattered outside the various space nodes, and there were dozens of them. The news of the massacre quickly spread to the other groups. After hearing the news, Keith smiled faintly and said, Zichen really did bring people to attack. But so what? They only have 12 people, and we have dozens of groups. Once we attack at the same time, no one can stop us. Kusai had already expected this. In fact, the team he had sent out was just bait. What came next was the real attack, and they could enter the world of the dragons in one attack. Attack. Chapter 1702. At the same time, outside the other spatial nodes, the rest of the powerhouses attacked at the same time. Outside the dragon world, nearly 100 attacks appeared all of a sudden. These attacks all landed on the designated spatial nodes. Boom. More than 100 attacks exploded, and spatial tunnels appeared one after another. The battle ended, and the group retreated. Mu Shou's expression trembled slightly, and his face turned ugly. What's wrong? Everyone noticed Mu Shou's abnormality. Mu Shou smiled bitterly and said, They're here. Where? Let's go and destroy them. Man Shi immediately became spirited, and his body surged with battle intent. Just now, I felt dozens of spatial tunnels appear. They've already entered through those tunnels. Everyone was dumbfounded. There were dozens of tunnels, and they only had a dozen people. How could they kill their way through? Zichen was not surprised. He glanced at Mu Shou and said, We can't stop them. Go back and tell everyone about this. Don't hide it. Tell them to be careful when they go out. Mu Shou nodded and said, That's the only way. In such a big world, there were too many coordinates that could be used. It was unrealistic to completely stop them. The only thing Zichen could do now was to protect Mu Shou's tribe. Zichen looked at the 11 people and said, Next, we'll form groups of 4 and hunt the Soul Eater clan. The Soul Eater clan was born to suppress the natives. In their eyes, the natives were the real resources. When they found dragons and natives, the Soul Eater clan would not hesitate to attack the natives. The Soul Eater clan was the greatest threat to the natives. They were their natural nemesis, and they needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Suddenly, Zichen waved his hand and said, Forget it. Don't go. He thought of a very serious problem. If they deliberately targeted the natives in this world, it would be troublesome if they angered the true powerhouses of the Soul Eater clan. When the spatial tunnel was broken, the Soul Eater clan was the first to enter. After finding an open space, they took out materials and began to build a teleportation array. This was a teleportation array made of special materials. Once it was formed, it would hide in the ground and be difficult to detect. This special teleportation array came from the Soul Eater clan. Other forces bought it at a high price, and the Soul Eater clan was responsible for installing it. Driven by profit, the original enemy became the current partner. Once the teleportation array was completed, they would be able to connect to the corresponding teleportation platform. Following that, there would be an endless stream of powerhouses being teleported to this world. The first batch of experts walked in through the passageway. When they saw the giant dragons dancing in the sky, they couldn't help but cheer. A dragon's roar resounded in the sky. The shadows fell, and the dragons that had discovered these humans swooped down. One of the 9th Great Emperors shouted as he charged forward and launched an attack. Clang! A decent quality weapon struck the giant dragon's body, but a clanging sound was heard. Only 2 of the fine dragon scales on the giant dragon's body were broken. What? This 9th tier cultivator had a look of astonishment on his face. In the next instant, the huge dragon's dragon wings flapped, slicing over like a sharp weapon. Pu. With a light sound, Ninefold's body was split into 2. The 9th level cultivator's soul decisively rushed out of the sea of consciousness, preparing to escape. A vast expanse of dragon flames spread down like a sea of flames, drowning this soul and the other 9 layers at the same time. Shrill screams resounded throughout the world. Idiot, those giant dragons are comparable to 9th tier cultivators. Their defense and strength are very strong. How can they be killed so easily? The Soul Eater clan, who was building a teleportation array, looked up at the scene in the sky and couldn't help but smile mockingly. Of the 5 humans who had just rushed up, only 1 managed to escape. The other 4 were all killed in battle. The giant dragon let out a proud roar. When it saw the many humans below, it swooped down. But this time, it didn't rush into the sky. A group of 9th tier cultivators appeared from the passageway and swarmed up. A giant dragon with strong defense and decent combat strength was beaten to death by a group of people just like that. Its corpse was dissected by a group of experts. At the same time, in other places, dragon hunting operations had also begun. There were countless giant dragons in this world. When the armies of the forces arrived and saw the black mass of giant dragons in the sky, they finally understood the true value of this world. What shocked them was that the flow of time in this world was much faster than in the battlefield of despair. Therefore, they also understood why Zi-Chen was able to accomplish something that others couldn't do in hundreds of years in just 10 years. When all the forces arrived, they began to hunt the giant dragons. The newly arrived Soul Eater clan was looking for the natives. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the small world. Everyone, listen up. This voice spread to every corner of the small world in an instant. Every living thing could hear this voice clearly. Everyone looked up to find the source of the voice. My name is Zi-Chen. I am the guardian of this world. Another voice rang out, causing a commotion among the humans. Hearing Zi-Chen's voice again, Keith's expression became unnatural. He looked around and released his perception at the same time, afraid that Zi-Chen would appear next to him in the next moment. The resources of this world are the giant dragons. If you want resources, feel free to use your strength. But the prerequisite is that you are not allowed to target the natives. You can take what I'm about to say as advice or as a threat. If any force dares to kill one of the natives, I will use all my strength to destroy that force. I don't care if you are a human, a beast, or a Soul Eater clan. Of course, the natives will not attack you. Zi-Chen's voice spread to every corner of the small world. This was the most blatant threat, not advice. After hearing this voice, a beast on the list couldn't help but sneer. What a big mouth. I don't believe you have any tricks up your sleeve. Next to him, another beast expert said, before we came, we specifically instructed not to provoke Zi-Chen. His potential is comparable to Longfei. More importantly, he has the dragon soul. It's related to the boarding plan. Tempage, he's lucky. At the same time, disdainful voices rang out from a few other places. Zi-Chen's name was very well known among the humans, but not all of the foreign races who came here knew him. Moreover, they were threatened as soon as they arrived. As experts, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Among the Dax foreign races, the lion people were definitely the strongest. After hearing Zi-Chen's threat, an expert from the royal side branch said coldly, he's just a human. What a big mouth. Next to him, an expert from the Soul Eater clan said disdainfully, I want to see who will kill who when we meet. Under the universal bell, Mu Shou's face was slightly pale. Chen had only said a few words, but he had to use the universal bell to transmit them everywhere. It was very exhausting. Around them were all the warriors of the tribe. After hearing that the foreign races had invaded, they all rushed over. However, seeing that Mu Shou and Chen were both here, they slowly relaxed. Especially after hearing Chen's words just now, they felt their blood boil. What do we do now? Mu Shou sat on the ground and panted, not caring about his image. Of course I'm going out. Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Go out. Tombkeeper glared at him and said, You don't really think that those harsh words just now will scare them, do you? I admit that those words are very powerful, but not everyone will buy it. Of course I know that not everyone will buy it, so I'm going out. Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. This is called killing the chicken to warn the monkey, and also killing one to warn the 100. The coordinates have already been leaked. There will be many experts coming here soon. They don't care about the resources of the dragons. Their final goal will be the dragon tomb. When they know that they're not strong enough and retreat, we can go up. However, before that, we need to intimidate all the forces coming here. Only then can we guarantee that they won't dare to act recklessly after we enter the dragon tomb. Then how should we intimidate them? Every warrior here is very precious. Mu Shou was worried that Chen would send warriors to their deaths. Send out a team of 20 people. Fortune Teller, Heavenly Tao, Hidden Mist, and Mansha will lead them, Chen ordered. Mu Shou let out a sigh of relief. With 4 people leading the team, the safety factor would be increased a lot. Why not me? This big guy's speed can't keep up. Wu Xie stepped forward, looking a little dissatisfied. Whose speed can't keep up? Mansha stared at Wu Xie. Of course it's you. Why don't we compete? Let's compete. Alright, what's there to compete about? It's not like I'm asking you to fight. Mansha can block the others at the critical moment to prevent danger from happening. Chen stopped the two's argument and said, When you go out tomorrow, if you see someone attacking, just resist and run. It's best if everyone is injured, but don't die. Isn't that admitting defeat? Mansha said. It's not admitting defeat, it's showing weakness. Chen emphasized. If we can't fight, then what's the point? Mansha curled his lips, looking dissatisfied. When Wu Xie heard this, he smiled proudly. It's not bad to admit defeat. Why don't you go? Not interested. Chen couldn't stand the two of them and directly ordered, Remember, don't fight back, and don't hurt anyone. Don't ruin it. Mansha nodded unhappily, while the 3 titled warriors chuckled. The next day, the team of 24 people set off. They used the dragon hunting flag to lure other forces and deliberately create friction. After leaving the tribe, Mansha didn't say anything and dropped 3 giant dragons from the sky. A group of tribal warriors admired Mansha's combat strength very much. They stepped forward and prepared to dissect the dragon corpse. Mansha said, Don't dissect it, just carry it. Carry it. A group of warriors who didn't know the purpose was surprised. The other 3 couldn't help but nod and said, It seems that the big guy also has great wisdom. Carrying the giant dragon made them a bigger target. On the way forward, they met a human team. When they first saw a group of natives, their eyes lit up. But in the next moment, when they saw 4 humans in the team, their expressions changed dramatically and they didn't dare to move. Mansha deliberately led people forward, and the group of humans immediately retreated. This repeated twice, and Mansha left with a sullen face. Chapter 1703. Looking at the group leaving, another human cultivator sighed and said, That's right. With such delicious bait, some faction will definitely take the bait and run out of luck. However, it definitely won't be a human faction. All the humans nodded in agreement. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a person could be so powerful. Chen's strength was unquestionable. Although he was currently ranked 78th, he had only used a few moves to injure Fu during his battle. He hadn't even displayed his true battle prowess yet. There were rumors that Chen currently had the qualifications to enter the top 50. When they heard this, they didn't think it was an exaggeration at all. Instead, they firmly believed that Zichen could definitely do it. Unlucky, truly unlucky. Along the way, Mansha had a gloomy expression. They had already encountered 3 groups of outsiders, but unfortunately, they were all humans. Who didn't know that they had caused such a ruckus in 9-tier city? When these people saw that there were 4 powerhouses on the list in the group, they didn't have any thoughts of attacking them. The group of 20 warriors carrying the giant dragons puffed out their chests as they advanced. Wherever they passed, they encountered too many invaders, but not a single one dared to attack them. It was as if they had all been scared stiff by Zichen's words. However, when they heard Mansha continuously complain about how unlucky they were, they quickly understood the purpose of this trip. It turned out that they were all bait. This time, they had come specifically to fish. "Don't worry, we'll encounter them eventually," the fortune teller said. "Then you calculate when we'll encounter them." Mansha looked at the fortune teller. "Such a small matter is worth calculating. What do you take me for?" "I'm just a street performer," the fortune teller said unhappily. After another hour, they finally encountered a faction that wasn't human. It was the Dax tribe. There were dozens of 9th-tier cultivators. When they suddenly saw Mansha's group, they were all stunned. At the front of the group, a beast tribe member's eyes revealed a ferocious light as he stared fixedly at the giant dragons. Almost instinctively, a few people walked out, but they were immediately reprimanded by the leader. "We don't kill people. We only want to steal the giant dragons," that beast tribe member turned around and said. "Sir has clearly instructed us not to act rashly. Follow me." The leader's attitude was firm. He turned around and left as if he didn't want to stay a moment longer. No beast tribe member dared to disobey, so they all left. He didn't even want the prey that was sent to him. Looking at the Dax alien leaving, Mansha was a little dumbfounded and even more depressed. However, this time, he didn't stay gloomy for too long before he encountered another foreign race. There were 2 factions. One was the Dax Outlander race, which was a powerful lion race. The other was the soul-devouring race, which had 10 or so people with cold gazes. "It would be a waste not to kill the prey that came knocking on my door." The Dax Lion Beastman was brimming with killing intent. He had already ignored Zichen's warning yesterday. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shuntiandao said, "Retreat, retreat quickly. Don't you think it's too late for you to retreat now?" An indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the side. It was the soul-devouring clan's expert. Swoosh. Seeing this person, the fortune teller immediately took out the Book of Destiny and shot out a ray of light. This ray of light did not take the form of a human figure. Instead, it formed a spatial cage, trapping the other party. The soul-devouring clan, who had a deep understanding of space, did not rush out immediately. Everyone began to retreat. The group of 100 people in front of them flew towards them. Soon, the 2 sides met, and a battle erupted. This battle was completely one-sided. Mansha's group of 24 couldn't win at all and kept retreating. As they retreated, the 20 natives had wounds all over their bodies. There were also some savage soul-devouring clan members who had already launched soul attacks. However, before they could destroy the souls of these warriors, they were forced out by the mist shadow. Unable to use their full power and kill, the 4 of them had a hard time fighting this battle. "Mansha, you bring up the rear. We'll go first." In the end, the group really couldn't win. They had to let Mansha bring up the rear. Go quickly," Mansha shouted. Black light surged around him as he transformed into a steel giant with a powerful aura. Feeling this aura that was not much stronger than theirs, the Dax Outlanders curled their lips in disdain, but they did not stop attacking. One of the experts mocked, "Look at how big you are after transforming. How can you only have this much skill?" Black light swirled around him as energy surged. Mansha charged forward, and his enormous body was like a moving mountain as he knocked back the Dax Outlanders. As for the soul-devouring clan members, they had already gone to chase after Shuntian and the others. Die, die. Mansha roared madly as he continued to attack. However, he could only force them back and could not kill them. On the contrary, there were many wounds on his body, and blood flowed from them. In the distance, The mist shadow looked at Man Sha from afar and couldn't help but praise, "This big guy is not only smart, but his acting skills are also so good." As he spoke, he also used all his strength to force back the wolf-like soul-devouring clan members. Man Sha was finally defeated and had no choice but to retreat. The Dax Outlanders started to chase, but under their continuous attacks, more and more wounds appeared on Man Sha's body, but he still didn't die. The soul-devouring clan members chasing at the front were also very depressed because they hadn't killed a single person yet. As they continued to chase, they would encounter other factions. When those factions saw that there was a battle here, they all retreated far away. Some of the human factions even had expressions of schadenfreude. The 3 dragons had already been lost, and Shuntian and the others were in a very sorry state. Feeling that they had chased far enough, the soul-devouring clan members could only helplessly stop and watch as their prey escaped. The opponents' attacks were clearly not strong and couldn't threaten them at all, but up until now, not a single person had died. At this moment, energy ripples came from behind them. It was that big guy running over. "Kill him." The depressed soul-devouring clan members turned around and charged at Man Sha. Since they had attacked, they had to kill at least one person. With the arrival of many soul attacks, Man Sha's body swayed, but he didn't slow down. After forcing the souls of the soul-devouring clan members out of his mind, he turned into a streak of black light and flew away. "Damn it, we let him get away. Is this guy a cockroach? He can't even die like that." The experts were all very depressed and could only helplessly return. At this moment, a voice came from afar. "You attacked the natives but didn't kill them all. Zichen will be here soon. Hurry up and run. Run. Are you kidding me? It's just Zichen," the lion man with the royal bloodline said disdainfully. The human who kindly reminded them smiled, but in his heart, he was cursing these people for being idiots. One should know that there were 4 experts on the list in the team just now. These idiots attacked the experts on the list and even beat Man Sha into such a state. Even a fool could understand what was going to happen next. Unfortunately, these foreign tribes were too arrogant and didn't know the experts on the list like Man Sha. The human leader waved his hand, and the entire team immediately retreated. However, they didn't retreat. Instead, they waited to watch a good show. The fish had taken the bait, and their goal had been achieved. The real master would appear soon. Zichen, who had been waiting in the tribe, didn't wait for the others to return and walked out. After that, everyone gathered and moved forward again at a speed far faster than before. "He's here, he's here. Zichen is here. He's really here. Looks like this time, Zichen is going to kill one to warn the others. I'm curious. Can Zichen really annihilate the other party's tribe?" Hearing that a force was attacking the natives, many forces came to join in the fun. They just happened to see Zichen with a murderous aura. Under the attention of many forces, these 2 forces seemed very proud. After all, among so many forces, only they dared to attack the natives. They seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. They didn't speed up their retreat, so they were quickly caught up. Feeling the murderous aura in the sky, they all turned around and looked at the sky. They saw Zichen. Zichen turned into a golden light and came over. His body was surging with murderous aura. Behind him were the 24 people who had just fled in panic. "You really came? Then let me see if you're as strong as you said." The lion man sneered. The soul-devouring expert also revealed a cruel smile. The 2 of them directly flew up and blocked in front of Zichen. Zichen stopped 100 meters away from the 2 of them. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You're Zichen, the guy who shouted arrogantly yesterday and shamelessly said that he would annihilate the other tribes." Before Zichen, who was filled with undisguised murderous intent, could speak, the 9th-level outsider spoke first. His expression was very arrogant. In the distance, many forces stopped and quietly watched the scene. The expressions of the foreign tribes among them didn't change much. However, the human forces shook their heads. Some people couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands. They could tell at a glance that the 9th-level outsider hadn't entered the list yet. However, he dared to speak to Zichen with such an attitude. They couldn't understand whether this guy was really stupid or just plain stupid. It seemed that many people couldn't bear to look at this guy's ending. Zichen didn't say anything. He just waited for the 24 people to arrive. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Another indifferent voice sounded. It was the soul-devouring expert. "Well, one to die wasn't enough. Now there's another to die." Zichen's gaze swept across the two of them. Then, it swept across the 100 foreign tribes below. He was still speechless. The 24 people arrived. Each of them was covered in wounds and looked very miserable. Zichen spoke for the first time. His words were very cold. It was as if the temperature in the air had dropped by a lot. "Is it them? It's them. These guys came up and stole our harvest without saying anything. After that, they wanted to kill us all. They were the ones who did it. It was these two who led it. Even if they turned into ashes, I would recognize them." A heavily injured warrior walked out, pointing at these people and speaking with righteous indignation. "Very good." Zichen nodded. His cold voice resounded through the sky. Chapter 1704. Those who attack the natives will have their entire clan wiped out. Zichen's voice, which was filled with cold killing intent, resounded through heaven and earth. With him as the center, the power of space began to distort violently, and a powerful aura surged out from his body. The air within a radius of a few thousand meters seemed to have become viscous, and the spatial pressure increased greatly. Many people felt a sense of oppression and suffocation. This is the power of a powerhouse on the list. Just releasing his aura is already so powerful. Zichen is angry. They are going to suffer. They are unlucky to have provoked Zichen on purpose. Voices sounded from afar, and many people were gloating. The two powerhouses at the front felt the oppressive aura, and their expressions changed slightly. Just by sensing his aura, they could tell that this guy who had just entered the 9th level was indeed very strong, and was almost on par with them. But there were two of them, and there were more than 100 people below. They were not afraid of Zichen's mere 25 people. The aura around the Lion Man also began to surge, and the uncomfortable feeling in his heart immediately dissipated. He snorted coldly and said, "How arrogant of you to want to wipe out my entire clan. Do you know that I am of the Lion Emperor's bloodline?" Before the ninefold Lion Beastman could finish his sentence, Zichen attacked. His attack was so powerful that it caused heaven and earth to change color, so it was not a sneak attack. A fingerprint that emitted silver light appeared in the sky, and with the power to change the color of heaven and earth, it fell toward the two. Silver light flickered on the fingerprint, and the silver light was made of lightning. As the fingerprint appeared, thunder and explosions sounded continuously between heaven and earth. The deafening sound was as if the end of the world had arrived in advance. The killing intent sealed the two, and the space suppressed them. For a moment, the two felt a strong sense of death. The two looked at each other, and their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies shone with a strong light of energy, and they mobilized their strength to the limit, finally breaking free from the spatial suppression. After breaking free from the spatial suppression, the two figures flew out, one on the left and one on the right. The fingerprints almost brushed past their bodies as they fell. The tiny flashing lightning landed on their defenses, causing crackling sounds of thunder to explode. In the end, it was the aftermath of the lightning, and could not cause any substantial damage to the two. This caused their faces to be filled with confidence and disdain. The finger imprint did not dissipate. Instead, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, it descended to the ground. On the ground, there were close to 100 powerful beings. Looking at the descending finger imprint, their faces were ashen. The reason for that was because this attack contained an enormous spatial pressure, causing their bodies to be unable to move in the slightest. It was as if they had sunk deep into a quagmire. How was this attack aimed at the two experts in the air? It was clearly aimed at them. Just as the finger seal was about to descend, in this critical moment of life and death, some existences at the edge erupted with their potential. They struggled free from the spatial suppression and retreated in horror. The gigantic finger imprint slammed down, striking the three of them. Facing such a powerful attack, the defense they put up was shattered like tofu. Their bodies were pulverized by this power. After crushing them, the finger imprint landed on the ground, and the earth suddenly trembled. The fingerprints, which were already shining with silver light, immediately exploded with a dazzling light. The endless thunderbolts contained in the fingerprints spread out in all directions like serpents, drowning those non-humankind beings who didn't manage to escape in time. The earth trembled as lightning wreaked havoc. Violent ripples spread out in all directions, and miserable shrieks resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In the sky, the faces of the two experts were already pale. Zichen's attack wasn't aimed at them at all, but it made them feel a sense of danger. This attack was meant to kill the people below. It was meant to kill 100 of them. Although it couldn't kill all of them, at least 20 of them were at the center of the violent energy. In the face of such violent energy, they had no chance of survival. The entire world became silent because of Zichen's attack. Only the ripples of energy could be seen spreading out. The violent energy gradually dissipated, and a 1,000-meter-deep crater appeared on the ground. From the crater, cries for help could be heard. Everyone present was a cultivator, and they all had spiritual senses. They didn't need to use their eyes to see at all. Their spiritual senses were able to sense the situation. 28 were dead, 16 were severely injured, and 50 were lightly injured. Very few were unharmed. This is the power of a powerhouse on the list. Sensing this result, everyone's faces were filled with shock. And looking at the two experts who were still very arrogant just a moment ago, their faces were now completely pale. The indifferent Zichen looked at the two of them and said, "What did you say just now? Which race are you from?" Zichen's voice was not cold, and even his killing intent was restrained. However, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. This was fear. For the first time, the two of them felt that they shouldn't have offended Zichen. "Let's go." Almost without hesitation, the two of them thought of running away at the same time. They shouted at the same time, turned around, and ran. Below, after hearing this, the other foreign races who were unharmed also ignored their injured companions and ran. "It's too late." Zichen's indifferent voice resounded through the world. Behind him, the void broke open, and a golden fist aura, like the fallen Xing Chen, whizzed forward. Feeling the fatal fluctuations behind them, the two of them could only turn around and resist together. Light flashed, and the two of them put up their strongest defense to resist this attack. Boom! The golden fist aura rushed forward, and the powerful force sent the two of them flying. At the same time, the fist aura did not weaken and landed on the ground. This fist aura exploded among the fleeing foreign races, causing a large number of deaths and injuries. The two of them who were sent flying coughed up blood and were severely injured. Zichen stood there without moving. Just 2 attacks had injured them. After killing more than half of the 9th stage, the two of them finally felt how powerful Zichen was. "Go back." Without wiping the blood from the corner of their mouths, the two of them gritted their teeth and flew toward the teleportation array. In this situation, they could only return to their forces and find the experts on the list to resolve it. Zichen watched the two of them escape. Some of the living beings below also ran away. Zichen said coldly, "Kill the rest." Man Shi and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed down. Next, it was a massacre. Those who were severely injured or lightly injured were all killed. Now that the 4 of them no longer hid their strength, they could kill 1 or even several people with a single attack. However, there were still more than 10 foreign races and 5 members of the soul-devouring race who took the opportunity to escape. The forces in the distance saw it clearly and did not think that these people were lucky to escape. On the contrary, they were able to escape because Zichen needed them to stay alive. Because Zichen's ultimate goal was to intimidate. Intimidating would lead to extermination. Simply killing 100 people was useless. Zichen chased after them. He was not fast, but he could keep up with them. Both sides maintained a certain distance. The 24 of them followed closely behind. He really caught up. Well, this time he won't be able to return. The 9th stage Lion Man's eyes flashed coldly. Until now, he still did not feel that he had caused a disaster. Looking at the scene in the sky, Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Chen did not move from his spot. 2 attacks and he was already so powerful. This Chen was indeed powerful. No wonder before they came, the leaders of the forces kept telling them not to provoke Chen. At this moment, some of the foreign races were feeling extremely fortunate. Lucky that they were not the ones who attacked. Chen was clearly going to chase them to the forces where they were. A true battle was about to erupt. Let's go and take a look. That's the foreign race's territory. So what? We're allies now. The forces were not in the mood to hunt the giant dragon, so they turned and followed. The remaining people finally escaped to the teleportation formation. The 9th stage lion man and the soul-devouring race separated and entered a teleportation formation. Chen's cold voice sounded again. Go back and wait. Don't run. I'll find you soon. These words were clearly directed at the remaining members of the soul-devouring race, because Chen immediately entered the teleportation formation that the Dax foreign race had escaped through. He really went. Let's hurry and leave too. The other forces followed and entered the teleportation formation one after another. The 9th stage lion man appeared from the teleportation formation. Without waiting for the others to surround him, he flew out of the teleportation formation and shouted, "Alert! Enemy attack!" His voice resounded like thunder, spreading to every corner of the force. Among the forces, light flashed. Many experts flew into the air and arrived in front of the 9th stage. A lion man asked, "Where is the enemy?" He pointed at the teleportation formation and said, "They'll be coming from here soon." Light flashed again, and the teleportation formation was surrounded. However, this was not safe. The 9th stage lion man shouted again, "Chen massacred us in the small world. Now, he's coming to kill us. I hope that the lords will show themselves." The lords here were the experts on the rankings. Not everyone knew Chen's name. Many of the foreign races were confused. At this moment, a storm suddenly swept through the teleportation formation. Within this energy storm, Chen appeared, flashing with golden light. Those who attack the natives will have their entire race wiped out. Chen appeared. His voice resounded among the forces, and a powerful force surged out from him. Facing this pressure, the people surrounding him retreated again and again. Their faces were filled with shock. Chen formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed forward. A golden sword light that was dozens of meters long left his fingertips and slashed forward. Pu. Pu. With this attack, more than a dozen foreign races were cut in half. The rest of the foreign races retreated in horror and shouted at the same time. In Chen's hand, golden sword chi appeared one after another. The sound of the sword cutting flesh rang out. In a short moment, he attacked more than a dozen times. Within 100 meters of Chen, there were no foreign races left alive. The foreign races just now had either run away or become corpses. The 9-fold lion beastman who had fled earlier was completely horrified. Chen stepped forward and stood in the air. His eyes flashed with killing intent. 24 people appeared and stood behind Chen. After that, it was the busybodies. They hid far away and watched the show. When they saw the piles of corpses on the ground, they were extremely shocked. How dare you come to the Lion Emperor's territory and behave so atrociously? Are you courting death? Chapter 1705. Following that cold voice, a ranking expert of the alien races appeared in the sky. He was a lion man, and his body glowed with a faint golden light. Among the alien races, golden light represented imperial status. Lord Lion Mark. It's Lord Lion Mark. I didn't expect it to be Lord Lion Mark. The 9-fold lion man, who had escaped earlier, saw this powerhouse on the list, and his tense heart completely relaxed. He flashed in front of Lion Mark and respectfully bowed. Then, he pointed at Chen and said, "My lord, this person killed innocent people in the small world we discovered. The people I brought were all killed by him. He even threatened to exterminate our clan." Lion Tattoo was extremely tall. He stood in the air with a gloomy expression on his face. After hearing the words of the 9-fold lion, he coldly snorted. He glanced at Chen and coldly said, "You dare to come here and cause trouble? Since when did humans become so bold? Since you have the guts to come here, you shouldn't be a nobody. Quickly report your name. It's Lord Lion Mark. He's ranked 97th. He's at the peak of the 9th order. Lord Lion Mark is here. That human is finished. For him to come here and cause trouble, he's purely courting death. The alien races all cheered upon learning that it was Lion Mark. They didn't recognize Zi Chen, nor had they heard of Zi Chen. However, they knew that Lion Mark was a powerful ranking expert. The distant humans who were waiting to watch a good show couldn't help but shake their heads. Looking at the cheering alien races, their expressions became very sorrowful. Lion Mark was only ranked 97th. He was only slightly stronger than Shu Hu. But Zi Chen was ranked 78th. Just his ranking alone was enough to suppress him. Since he dared to challenge Zi Chen, this Lion Mark guy was simply courting death. Everyone looked at Lion Mark with pity in their eyes. Clearly, this ranking expert that the alien races had placed their hopes on was about to die. Zi Chen, said Zi Chen indifferently. I've never heard of you. It seems you're not a famous person. Now you'll pay the price for your arrogance with your death, said Lion Mark coldly. Lion Mark said coldly. Power rippled out from his body and the faint golden light around him grew thicker. Then, he charged towards Zi Chen. Seeing this scene, some of the humans couldn't help but cover their faces, wondering if this guy was an idiot. It was fine that he couldn't see the situation clearly, but now that Zi Chen had announced himself, could it be that he came from the mountains and had never heard of the name Zi Chen? Anyone who knew Zi Chen knew that he had killed Shu Hu and Hu Fu, and was now ranked 78th on the list. This was the most basic understanding of Zi Chen. Lion Mark had indeed never heard of Zi Chen, and he had indeed just returned from a trip. When he saw the humans coming here to kill, he didn't think much of it and immediately rushed forward. After all, the person who had come was only in the early stage of the 9th heaven. Even if he was somewhat extraordinary, he was definitely not a match for him, a 9th heaven peak stage cultivator who was also on the roll. When he arrived in front of Zi Chen, Lion Mark's lips curled into a cold smile. Behind him, the image of a huge beast appeared. This was an illusory lion with a golden halo circulating around its body. It was a lion man's totem, and the display of totem power was already considered to have used its full strength. Lion Mark was obviously arrogant, but he was not careless. He had used his full strength from the start. He clenched his fist and punched towards Zi Chen. The lion behind him roared, and his already powerful strength became even more ferocious at this moment. This attack was befitting of the opponent's status as a powerhouse on the roll. Normally, this would be a rare battle, and it would be enough to cause many people to cheer and shake their hearts. And this was indeed the case. The foreign races cheered even louder, and their expressions were incomparably excited. Compared to the lively atmosphere on the foreign races side, the human side was much quieter. They were not moved by Lion Mark's powerful attack, and all of them were expressionless. They admitted that this attack was very powerful, but his opponent was Zi Chen, an early-stage 9th heaven cultivator who had the qualifications to enter the top 50 of the martial rankings. Compared to Lion Mark, Zi Chen was stronger. The fist light arrived, and the energy surged, mixed with Lion Mark's sinister smile. Zi Chen looked at the fist with a calm expression. On his chest, 9 dazzling golden Xing Chen stars appeared. The golden Xing Chen stars rotated and connected together. 9 stars aligned. The Thunder King physique was completely activated, and a violent aura erupted from Zi Chen's body. This power stirred up the space, causing the sky and earth to change color. Zi Chen clenched his fist and punched forward. The same fist shone with golden light. Fist against fist. Everyone raised their heads to look at the 2 fist lights, one big and one small. Because of his physique, Zi Chen's fist was not big. Compared to Lion Mark, it was like a millstone compared to a basin. There was a clear difference. However, the power contained in Zi Chen's fist was much stronger than Lion Mark's. As soon as Zi Chen's fist appeared, Lion Mark's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he could no longer stop the momentum of his fist. He could only fight head-on. It was too late to retreat. The moment the 2 fists collided, The lion behind him let out a roar. Then, the lion dissipated into specks of golden light and merged with Lion Mark's body, adding a layer of defense. This was the totem protection, a top defensive technique of the beast race. Boom! The two fists collided, and a deafening sound was heard. The fist light exploded, and the golden energy was violent and scattered in all directions. The two of them were instantly drowned by this energy. The golden light was too dazzling, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Some of the weaker ones had already begun to cry. They could not see the battle clearly at all. As for their spiritual senses, they would be crushed by the violent energy as soon as they probed into the golden energy. The violent golden light lasted for a long time, and during this time, the two of them did not appear. When they gradually adapted to the existence of the golden light, everyone slowly opened their eyes. The violent golden energy was slowly dissipating. All the alien races held their breaths and looked at the sky expectantly, wondering if Lord Lion Mark had finished off the enemy in one move. The golden light dissipated, and a person appeared in the sky. He had indeed finished off the enemy in one move. However, it was not Lion Mark who had finished off the human. It was the human who had killed Lion Mark. Only Zichen stood in the sky, holding a heart in his hand. The heart was still beating, and every time it beat, a powerful surge of energy would surge, causing the space to tremble. All the alien races were stunned. They recognized that blood-red heart with golden light. It was Lord Lion Mark's heart. A powerful expert on the list had been killed in one move, and even his body had been destroyed. How is this possible? This is impossible. He's a strong cultivator on the ranking list. How could Master Shi Wen be killed in one strike? Who is this Zichen? The 9th rank outsider's eyes were wide with disbelief. Looking at the indifferent and confident Zichen holding the heart, he felt regret for the first time. Perhaps this time, he had really caused trouble. Compared to the alien races who had lost their composure, the humans were much calmer. The difference between their rankings was too great, and Lion Mark's death was inevitable. However, they were still surprised that Lion Mark could be killed in one move. Zichen put away the heart, and his cold eyes swept past the pale level 9 Lion Mark. Then, he swept his gaze across the alien races who were still in a state of shock. He said indifferently, "Exterminate the entire race. Show no mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 rays of light shot out from behind him, heading straight for the alien races. It was the 4 members of the Shuntian Dao. They began to kill without any scruples. They attacked with all their strength, and they killed in one move. Looks like Zichen is serious this time. He's really slaughtering. This race is in big trouble. Looks like Zichen is really angry. The humans looked at each other. They had thought that Zichen was just trying to intimidate them and make an example out of them. They didn't expect him to be serious this time. Not only did he not leave after killing an expert on the ranking list, he even wanted to exterminate the human race. Below, there was a massacre. All kinds of screams, cries, and curses rang out continuously. The alien races could still form a group and launch counterattacks. However, the 4 people they were facing were all top experts on the list. This kind of resistance was just courting death. The level 9 Lion Mark was shocked and terrified that the level 9 Lion Mark did not appear. Looking at the 4 people who were like wolves and tigers, and thinking back to the power they had displayed before, he suddenly realized. This was a trap. A trap set by Zichen. He had deliberately sent people out to make an example out of them. Realizing this, his face turned pale. He finally knew that he was in trouble. Many people had died, but he was still alive because Zichen wanted him to live. Knowing that this was a trap, he wanted to escape. However, a strong killing intent locked onto him, and he did not dare to move at all. He had already collapsed. This time, it was very likely that because of his impulsiveness, he had harmed an entire clan. That was an entire clan. The other experts on the list did not appear. They should know how terrifying Zichen was. He was very regretful. Why didn't he carefully inquire about Zichen? Why didn't he remember his master's orders? Why did he have to provoke Zichen? Enough. You're only ranked 78th on the human list. Do you really think there's no one here? Just as the level 9 lion mark was in despair, a cold voice rang out. The space between heaven and earth began to distort. At the center of the distortion, a spatial tunnel appeared, and a tall figure walked out. This was also a lion mark, but he was even taller than the previous one. As soon as he appeared, he coldly stared at Zi Chen. Knowing that Zi Chen was ranked 78th, he obviously had some understanding of Zi Chen. Since he dared to appear now, he definitely had the confidence to deal with Zi Chen. It's Master Hank. It's him. He's ranked 70 on the list. There's hope. The level 9 lion mark recognized this expert, and hope rekindled in his heart. However, in the next moment, Zi Chen used his absolute power to extinguish the flames of hope that had just been ignited in his heart. Facing the expert on the list, Hank, Zi Chen only threw out a single punch, the same punch that killed Lion Mark. This punch forced Hank to retreat. Immediately after, Zi Chen stretched out his hand and gestured at Hank, giving him the middle finger. Accompanying this middle finger was a finger imprint that emitted the light of thunder. This finger imprint was flowing with gold and silver. It was actually the power of thunder of two completely different attributes. After that, the thunder finger imprint touched Hank's body. Chapter 1706. Hank was dead. An expert on the leaderboard who far surpassed the lion mark had died just like that. 2 strikes. Zi Chen had only attacked twice and delivered 2 strikes. Looking at the lifeless corpse of Hank on the ground, the scene was deathly silent. All the foreign races were dumbfounded and found it hard to believe. Experts on the leaderboard were rarely seen. They were definitely the top existences in this world. But today, 2 of such top existences had died. How could this be? This is impossible. How could he kill Lord Hank? The 9th level lion man who was still alive was so scared that his face was drained of color. The humans who were calm earlier were no longer calm. They never expected that Zi Chen would kill the 70th ranked expert so casually. One had to know that Zi Chen was ranked 78th, 8 ranks lower than the Lion Man. If someone was in the ninefold Royal Sky City now, they would definitely discover that all the cultivators in the city were looking up at the dazzling golden leaderboard that reached into the clouds. On the leaderboard, 2 names lit up. One of them was the 50th ranked expert, and the other was the 78th ranked Zi Chen. The 50th ranked expert's ranking fell by 1 place to the 51st rank. The remaining existences also fell by 1 place. The 78th ranked Zi Chen's ranking jumped to the 50th rank in one fell swoop. Entering the martial leaderboard depended on one's combat strength. As long as one's attack exceeded a certain limit, they would be able to enter the leaderboard. Zi Chen entered the top 50. Could it be that his current combat strength is comparable to the top 50 of the martial leaderboard? In the ninefold Royal Sky City, the human cultivators discussed animatedly. As the golden light faded, the leaderboard returned to normal. Zi Chen was ranked 50th, and his followers were still on the leaderboard. However, the original 80th position changed. Yi Ming's name was written on it. Yi Ming's ranking actually surpassed a few of Zi Chen's 11 followers. The foreign races completely despaired when they saw Hank killed in 2 moves. They no longer tried to resist and directly fled. The 9th level Lion Man also wanted to flee, but the killing intent was still locked onto him. Not far away, the 20 indigenous warriors had not made a move, but they were more excited than if they had made a move themselves. Since no one is coming out, then kill them all. Zi Chen's indifferent voice resounded throughout the area. More and more people ran out of the faction. All kinds of shouts rang out, and the entire faction was in chaos. To be able to enter the 78th rank at a mere early 9th rank, and even kill the 70-year-old Hank. Zi Chen, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. That strike just now could barely reach the 50th rank on the martial rankings. Everyone says that you are the next Long Fei, and it seems that they are not lying. You are indeed comparable to the Long Fei from back then. An ancient voice rang out, and an old lion man appeared in the sky. The other party had used teleportation. Seeing this old man, Zi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a sense of threat from this old man. With the appearance of the Lion Man Elder, the chaotic scene became quiet. All of the outsiders raised their heads, but their faces were not filled with excitement, but rather with confusion. Unexpectedly, no one recognized this old man. Zichen looked at this old man with a cautious expression. He had killed over 10,000 Daxus outsiders, so he understood them very well. These outsiders had the strongest physical bodies, followed by their energy. Their souls were weak, and their comprehension of space was practically zero. For such a race to have an existence capable of teleportation, it could be seen that this person was not ordinary. Even the current Zichen could not teleport without the heavenly lightning wings. Just in terms of comprehension of space, this Lion Man Elder was stronger than Zichen. Out of caution, lightning flashed on Zichen's back as he summoned the heavenly lightning wings. In front of his eyes, the space seemed to have changed, and Zichen's senses became sharper. "Little guy, you came to the wrong place to show off here," the Lion Man Elder said indifferently as he looked at Zichen. With his level of existence, he clearly knew what was going on. "Whether I came to the wrong place or not, we'll only know after we fight." Zichen's lightning wings flapped, and spatial energy rippled out like water. The Lion Man Elder frowned slightly. Using his senses, he found that the space in front of him had changed. It had become very solid, like a sturdy wall without any gaps. Of course, he could not teleport. Zichen smiled. With his lightning wings, his comprehension of space surpassed the Lion Man Elder's. The Lion Man Elder looked at the confident Zichen and shook his head. "Just fighting won't do. You killed so many members of my royal family. No matter what, you'll have to pay with your life. Of course, if you're willing to give me your dragon, I can consider letting you go." "You're talking about Lei Long." "Yes, I understand." Zichen nodded his head before taking a deep look at the bewildered ninefold Lion Man. Clearly, the older, the wiser. He had completely predicted that Zichen would kill the chicken to warn the monkey, so he intentionally sent the 9th layer Lion Man Elder to lead the team. The Lion Man Elder did not know the Lion Man Elder's plan, nor did he know his identity. Zichen guessed that the Lion Man Elder was sent because the Lion Man Elder was used to being arrogant and domineering. He did not put anything in his eyes. Coupled with a few words of encouragement, the Lion Man Elder had come today. Zichen was scheming against them, but he did not know that these people were also scheming against him. Their goal was the lightning dragon. In other words, many experts of the Soul Devourer race had gathered at the other end of the teleportation formation. Their goal was also the lightning dragon. Everyone was at a loss. They did not know what the two of them were up to. Even Shuntian and the others did not understand. Zichen knew that the lightning dragon was the key to activating the dragon boat. He was well aware of the lightning dragon's value, so with just a few words from the Lion Man Elder, Zichen understood that this was a scheme. But not everyone knew. At the very least, the two fellows who had died earlier did not know. Or it could be that the guy called Hank was too arrogant and wanted to test his strength. In the end, he was killed. Understanding everything, Zichen said indifferently, "Very good, using an entire tribe as a bet, it seems like you are also a gambler. However, with just you alone, I don't think you have the confidence to beat us all. Call the others out. You are very smart. Since I chose this place, I naturally have to be fully prepared. But you are also wrong. I don't like to gamble. I like to scheme. Schemes with 100% chance of success." While they were talking, another 4 people rushed out from below. It was obvious that these 4 people were all experts on the ranking list. Among them, one of them was the lord that the 9-layered lion was talking about. His expression changed, as if he had seen his pillar of support. He shouted, "Lord." One of the 4 lion men turned around and looked at him. He nodded at him and said, "Once this matter is over, I will remember your contribution." This 9th layer Lion Man Elder had instantly returned from hell to heaven. He had thought that he had caused a great disaster. Not only would he not be able to protect his own life, but he might also implicate his brothers. He had not expected that the situation would turn around and he would become a meritorious subject. The Lion Man Elder looked at Zichen and asked, 5 against 5. What do you think the odds of victory are? Zichen shook his head and said indifferently, "You call this 100% chance of success? If it were me, I would have found at least 20 experts on the list. The Lion Man elder, who had always been calm and confident, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. What did you think the experts on the rankings were? In such a large tribe, there were only 100 of them. They could be easily found. Experts rely on quality, not quantity. I am ranked 30 on the list, and 4 of them are ranked 70 on the list. We can't deal with the 5 of you. Once these words were said, everyone was in an uproar. The despairing outsider's expression suddenly became excited. As for the human side, their expressions changed. They had not expected things to develop to this extent. This was a scheme within a scheme. These 5 people were ranked at the top and were very strong. On the surface, Zichen's group did not have any advantage at all. So this is why you are so confident. One of you is 30, and the others are all below 70. It is naturally enough to deal with the few of us. Then you can choose to hand over the dragon soul. Zichen smiled mockingly and said, even if I hand over the dragon soul, I will not be able to walk out of here. The Lion Man elder asked, why? My goal is only the dragon soul. Zichen mocked, you are old, and I am still young. You are afraid of my potential. You are afraid that I will one day become an existence like Longfei and destroy your tribe. The Lion Man elder's gaze turned cold. You are very smart. This time, I will not let you go. Zichen said, you are also very smart. Unfortunately, you are too smart and ended up being misled by your own intelligence. I don't care if it is your scheme or someone else behind it. Today, I will definitely destroy your tribe. The Lion Man elder sneered. You are very confident. Zichen did not speak anymore. A long saber with a scabbard appeared in his hand. The scabbard was completely black, and the hilt that Zichen grabbed was also pitch black. Zichen held the scabbard in his left hand and held the saber in front of his chest. His right hand was on the hilt, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gradually exerted force. He was as calm as an ancient well and did not retreat at all because the other party was 30 on the list. The surrounding people held their breaths and all of them stared at the sky with wide eyes. Zichen and the Lion Man elder were standing opposite each other. The 20 natives were full of worry. The human cultivators were also feeling uneasy. On the other hand, the outsiders who had just despaired were so excited that they almost cheered. 30 on the list was a true peak existence. It was too easy for them to kill Zichen, who was ranked 78. The atmosphere was extremely tense. On the other side, a light laugh sounded. A trap within a trap. Interesting. The one who laughed was the fortune teller. He took out the Book of Destiny and waved it at one of the outsiders as he said, should we fight now or wait for them to finish before we fight? The outsider was startled and did not know what to do. The reason why he was at a loss was because the 4 people in front of him were too calm. One had to know that before they decided to scheme, they had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of Zichen and his 11 followers. They knew that the highest ranking among them was only in the 80s. Now that they were facing someone in the 60s, they shouldn't be so calm. Moreover, it was not just the fortune teller who was calm. Shuntiandao, Hidden Mist, and Manshur were the same. As for the latter, the big fellow called Manshur, his eyes were burning with passion as if he could not wait to attack. The 5 of them were calm, but they were so calm that they felt their hair stand on end. The Lion Man elder was also very hesitant. He shouted, don't listen to him. He's stalling for time. Kill him with all you've got. Stalling for time? Bah. The fortune teller spat in disdain. He opened a page of the Book of Destiny in his hand, and that page glowed with a 7-colored light. Whoosh. At the same time, the crisp sound of Zichen unsheathing his saber sounded. Chapter 1707. The Sword Drawing Technique. When the long sword appeared, a 7-colored sword light bloomed between heaven and earth. The 7-colored brilliance was constantly changing. It was beautiful and dazzling, but it contained a terrifying energy aura. There were a total of 9 7-colored lights. They stretched out like an open 7-colored fan. One end of the fan was near Zichen, the other was near the old Lion Man, and the center was in Zichen's hand. The old Lion Man, who was originally calm, immediately changed his expression when he felt Zi-Chen's powerful attack. A rainbow-colored light shot out from the Book of Heaven's Will. The rainbow-colored light shook and turned into a shadow. It was a cold energy body wearing 7-colored armor. The 7-colored light around it was dazzling. After it appeared, it went straight for the alien race. The Book of Destiny followed closely behind. A 7-colored spear appeared in Shendao's hand. The spear surged with a trace of heavenly Dao power. He held the spear and charged forward. The mist shadow turned into a shadow. He also held a 7-colored weapon and charged at his opponent. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled. Manshur, who had completed his transformation, held a 7-colored mace with both hands and smashed down. The void trembled. A huge hole seemed to have been smashed in the sky by this attack. The 5 of them unleashed their 7-colored weapons. The energy on their weapons caused the heaven and earth to lose color. In Ninefold City, the change in the martial leaderboard attracted a lot of attention. All the cultivators in the city were discussing it. But after a short while, the golden leaderboard trembled again. Then, golden light burst out and illuminated the entire city. The leaderboard, it's the leaderboard again. Let's see who's on the leaderboard this time. The leaderboard changed twice in a day. Since Zi-Chen entered this city last time, something like this has never happened. Everyone looked up at the leaderboard. At the top of the leaderboard, the name of the expert representing the 30th place suddenly lit up. 30, it's the 30th place. Who squeezed out the 30th place? The expert representing the 30th place had already left the battlefield of despair. After his name lit up, it gradually disappeared, leaving an empty spot on the leaderboard. The 30th place was empty. Everyone looked at the leaderboard. They wanted to see who had entered the leaderboard and jumped directly into the 30th place. Another name lit up on the list. It was Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen, who had just entered the 50th rank, had his name lit up again. This was a sign of change. Could it be Zi-Chen again? He just entered the 50th rank, which is already incredible. How did he advance again? Could it be that he broke through from the early 9th level to the intermediate 9th level in just a few short days? I only broke through to the early stage 10 days ago. How can it be so fast? But if he didn't break through, why did his ranking rise so much? Seeing Zi-Chen's name jump to the 30th place, the city was in an uproar. This time, even those powerhouses on the rankings couldn't sit still and jumped out from the shadows one after another. It's him. Yong Mo, who was ranked 21st, stood in the crowd and frowned as he looked at Zi-Chen's name. Indeed, he had never seen Zi-Chen before. He had only heard of Zi-Chen's deeds. His big brother, Zhong Yongxi, thought highly of Zi-Chen and said that Zi-Chen had a chance to enter the top 50. At first, he didn't believe it, because everyone on the leaderboard was at the peak of 9th level. Even Long Fei didn't cause such a big commotion in the past. But today, Zi-Chen entered the 50th rank. He was very surprised, but he didn't expect that Zi-Chen would enter the 30th rank. This was a big shock to him. He suddenly showed such great strength. What happened? Is it related to Big Brother's sudden departure? Yong Mo was shocked by Zi-Chen's strength, and his heart was also full of doubts. Zi-Chen entered the leaderboard. The top 50 was empty. Logically speaking, it should be replaced by the original 49th place. But no, the top 50 was still empty. It was very uncoordinated. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw Man Shi's name suddenly light up. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he entered the 50th rank. Man Shi, isn't he Zi-Chen's follower? How did he suddenly jump to the 50th rank? Although Man Shi is very strong, he shouldn't have reached this rank. What happened? Could it be that the leaderboard is malfunctioning again? Idiot, when did the leaderboard malfunction? Of course, the leaderboard couldn't malfunction. This situation could only mean that Man Shi had erupted with his strongest strength. That strength was recorded by the rules, and then recalculated to give this result. Man Shi and the others all had an impression of him. He had broken through half a day later than Zi-Chen, and now he was also at the early 9th level. But to enter the top 50 at the early 9th level was very difficult to accept. After all, there was already Zi Chen. How could there be another man sure? But the facts proved that this was only the beginning. Next, the fortune teller's ranking jumped up dozens of places, jumping to the 48th position. The mist shadow jumped to the 49th position. Finally, the path of heaven's ranking jumped up, surpassing 3 people and reaching the 47th position. Seeing these 3 rankings jump up one after another, everyone was dumbfounded. One had to know that they were all at the early 9th level. They weren't even at the middle stage. At this moment, Zi Chen's followers, who weren't paid much attention to, became the focus of everyone's discussion. Because Zi Chen was too dazzling, they didn't seem to attract much attention. But if Zi Chen wasn't taken into account, those 11 people were all amazing existences. Any one of them was far stronger than Shu Hu, who was the most powerful person in the past 1,000 years. Yong Mo was also stunned by the names that jumped up one after another. Could it be that these are all existences with great potential, comparable to Long Fei? Compared to the commotion in the 9th level city, the Lion Emperor's forces were strangely quiet at this moment. Heaven and earth were silent, and even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths and sealing the space. Actually, the space wasn't sealed, and there were waves of energy dissipating between heaven and earth. These energies were filled with destructive power, but they were very beautiful, like a rainbow. In the forces below, there was a huge crater, and all the buildings in the crater had disappeared. The entire forces had been reduced to ruins. Above the ruins, besides the corpses, there were also some foreign races. But at this moment, these foreign races were like walking corpses, standing there in a daze, their eyes lifeless. They were still alive, but their hearts seemed to be dead. In the center of the battlefield, where the damage was the most severe, there were 5 very eye-catching corpses. They were eye-catching because even though they were dead, they still emitted powerful energy fluctuations. These fluctuations were enough to make most people's expressions change. One of the old men's eyes was wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His fatal wound was between his eyebrows, and a thin line of blood ran from top to bottom, almost splitting his body in 2. His name was Wiley, and he was a member of the royal family with a true top-notch bloodline. He was ranked 30th on the martial rankings. Other than Wiley, the other 4 corpses were all famous people when they were alive. Among them, the lowest was ranked 68th, and the highest was ranked 66th. But today, they were all dead. The culprits were the 5 humans in the sky who'd just entered the 9th rank. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have dared to believe that this was real? Yes, no one would believe it. Even though they'd seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. They'd suffered such a huge blow that they wouldn't be able to recover from it in a short time. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Is this the true strength of Zi Chen and his followers? How could Zi Chen compare to Long Fei? I think all of his followers are on par with Long Fei. The battle had already ended, but the humans were still in a state of shock. Their minds were constantly replaying the scene that had just happened. After Zi Chen's attack, the 7-colored brilliance filled everyone's vision, filling the entire forces. This brilliance was the light of the saber, the dancing of the mace, the light of the armor, the light of the spear, and the light of the weapon's attack. Unleashing their full strength, they were already incredibly powerful. With the addition of the mysterious 7-colored weapon, their battle prowess was raised to its true peak. Without the weapon, Zi Chen and the others might not have been able to defeat their enemies so easily. Even if they'd won, they'd have to pay a heavy price. But with the 7-colored weapon, their battle prowess had been greatly enhanced, and killing their enemies had become much easier. The aliens couldn't accept the scene in front of them because the battle had ended too quickly. So quickly that they found it hard to accept. Zi Chen was the first to attack. 9 blasts of saber light were enough to make Wiley's defense wretchedly difficult. Another 9 blasts of saber light appeared, instantly breaking through Wiley's strongest defense. Finally, the 9 blasts of saber light sliced through Wiley's body. Zi Chen attacked 3 times, sheathing and unsheathing the 7-colored saber 3 times. In less than a breath of time, the battle was over. Man Sha directly smashed his opponent with his spiked club. His opponent couldn't even breathe and was smashed to death. Next, the divination of destiny worked together with the seven-colored shadow to kill his opponent. The shadow of the mist used a shadow attack. After fooling his opponent, the seven-colored weapon pierced his opponent's chest. Comparatively speaking, the one who ended the battle was Shandao. Only after 3 breaths of time had passed did he manage to stab his spear into his opponent's heart, even though his opponent was a bit stronger. On the other side of the sky, the 20 natives were completely stunned. They couldn't utter a single word. Originally, they'd wanted them to clean up the battlefield, but looking back at them, they decided to forget about it. At that moment, the shadow of the mist's figure suddenly split into 6. They charged towards the 6 dead experts on the ranking list and took their hearts. The hearts of experts on the ranking list were even more valuable than dragon crystals. The powerful explosion of energy just then had destroyed this self-built structure and killed many aliens. There weren't many survivors left. Chapter 1708. Next. The human cultivators couldn't help but stare blankly. They had followed Zi Chen here to watch a good show, so of course they knew what had happened. Apart from this tribe, there was another tribe that had attacked the Aboriginals, the soul-devouring tribe. Compared to the Dax tribe, there were far fewer soul-devouring tribes, but they were far more dangerous. Zi Chen had already wiped out a tribe. Was that not enough of a shock? Was he planning to wipe out the soul-devouring tribe as well? Zi Chen didn't explain. Instead, he used facts to prove his point. He took a step forward and appeared on the teleportation platform. Taking another step forward, Zi Chen's figure reappeared in the sky. Yes. Everyone was stunned when they saw Zi Chen return. They did not understand what was going on. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "I almost forgot about you." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and a gust of wind appeared. The gust of wind swept past the ruins and swept away everything, revealing a curled-up figure. This was a foreign tribe member at the peak of the 9th rank. Normally, he would be a powerful expert. But today, his body was covered in wounds, as if he had been cut into pieces. He was in a very sorry state. This was caused by the shockwaves of energy. Many other foreign tribes had died in the shockwaves, but he was still alive. He was clearly quite strong. The gust of wind had already disappeared, but his body was still trembling uncontrollably. This person was the cause of this tribe's destruction. The 9th rank lion man come out. "Stop pretending to be dead," Zi Chen said indifferently. The 9th rank lion man raised his head. Apart from fear, there was even more confusion in his eyes. Everything had changed too quickly. In just a few breaths of time, he had gone from heaven to hell. He almost couldn't take it anymore. He had already given up all hope and regretted provoking Zi Chen. But he didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. The lords all appeared and said that he had made a great contribution. After the battle, they might even reward him. It was as if a strong hand had grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back from hell to heaven. He felt as if his entire life was filled with sunshine. However, the sunlight only shone down for a few breaths. It didn't even bathe his entire body before disappearing. The powerful hand just now seemed to have played a big joke on him. It grabbed his ankle and dragged him into hell again. This time, it was the last layer of hell, and he would never be able to escape. He raised his head and looked at Zi Chen. There was some fluctuation in his eyes, as if he had seen the lord of the last layer of hell. This lord was a human, a race that he hated the most in the past. However, he was now lying on the ground, being accused of crimes by a human lord, most of which were killing and eating humans. How many people had it killed and how many people had it eaten? How many evil things have they done to humans? "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you." One crime after another rang out in his ears, buzzing like flies. Finally, he let out a roar and charged at the suzerain with all the power he could muster. The moment he charged forward, his mind was no longer in a trance. All the hallucinations from before had disappeared. He saw the ruins, saw Zi Chen, and saw the others. He returned to reality from his trance, but he didn't see hell or the suzerain. Boom. Then, he saw golden light. It was dazzling and bright. After that, there was no more. Looking at the fallen ninefold lion man, Zi Chen shook his head and disappeared. This time, He really did disappear. When he reappeared, he was in the giant dragon world, at the transportation array. Man Shi and the others followed him out, as did the 20 warriors. The human cultivators who had been watching quickly followed. Boom! In the ruins of the tribe, the intact teleportation platform exploded. Following the destruction of the transportation array, in another tribe thousands of miles away, Zong Yongxi cupped his fists and smiled. This matter is over. This Zong will take his leave. Sigh. A disappointed sigh sounded from the tribe. Zong Yongxi laughed and left. Boom. Under Zichen's feet, an explosion came from the ground. Soil splashed, and a deep pit appeared. The underground transportation array was destroyed. Zichen fulfilled his warning and destroyed a tribe. Looking at the transportation array that led to the Soul Eater clan, Zichen didn't hesitate and was the first to walk up. The group appeared in the Soul Eater clan. This was a black world. The air was filled with an oppressive aura that made people very uncomfortable. Zichen appeared, followed by the people from before. Of course, there were also some who wanted to join in the fun. Looking up at the black sky and then at the black ground, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. He said indifferently, "It seems that you are ready." No one responded. Only Zichen's voice echoed in the air. "This is a formation." Man Shi's expression changed. He liked to fight with strength and hated formations the most. He also didn't want to fight someone who knew formations. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, this is a magical power." They are very confident. The fortune teller's expression turned cold. The humans who had retreated far away seemed uneasy. Although they had always had confidence in Zichen, this was the Soul Eater clan after all. This was a mysterious and dangerous clan. Just one of them could destroy a native tribe. The Soul Eater clan was the one that the humans of the Imperial Sky region didn't want to meet and offend the most. "I'll break this place." Ignoring the whispers behind him, Shindao took a step forward. His battle intent rose. "You guys are in charge of protecting the others. I'll take care of this." Zichen stopped Shindao. His body began to glow. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire dark world. The golden light was very dazzling. Many humans couldn't get used to it and retreated again. It's a spiritual body. They retreated far away, and when they saw Zichen's dazzling golden light again, their expressions changed greatly. Because Zichen's physical body had disappeared. That dazzling golden figure was Zichen's soul. His soul was like the sea, deep and majestic. It was also like a huge golden hole that constantly devoured everything. Even their vision could be swallowed at any time. A golden saber appeared in the completely spiritualized Zichen's hand. Just like when he killed Wycliffe, he held the saber hilt and suddenly pulled it out. A saber light, with him as the center, drew a perfect golden circle in all directions. The golden circle directly split the darkness into two. The upper half flew towards the sky while the lower half fell towards the ground. Bright light shone in from the outside world. After breaking open the dark world, Zichen's attack didn't stop. He slashed down again. The darkness was split into 4 parts. Then, the saber light flashed twice. The dark world was cut into 8 parts. At the same time, a mournful scream echoed in the dark world. The entire world shattered like a mirror. Everyone's eyes lit up. A broken soul that had been split into 8 parts flew from 8 directions. They gathered in Zichen's hand and formed a soul ball. These sounds weren't gathering. They were retreating. The soul-devouring clan, who had been surrounding and preparing to launch a surprise attack, all retreated because of the soul ball in Zichen's hand. That was because it was the soul of a powerhouse on the list, yet it was easily destroyed by Zichen. Zichen was still in his spiritual form. His emotionless golden eyes scanned the shocked soul-devouring clan members who were retreating quickly. He stepped forward, holding the scabbard with his left hand and drawing the saber with his right. Whoosh! The tip of the saber pointed. 100-meter-long golden saber light followed the soul-devouring clan members. This was a pure soul attack that specialized in destroying souls. It was even more lethal to unique existences like the soul-devouring clan. The saber light arrived first and swept through the soul-devouring clan members. A dozen of them paled and retreated quickly. They were still alive. The other 20 or so turned into pure souls. Their souls were shattered. One attack had killed more than 20 soul-devouring clan members. This was the effect of a perfect spiritual thought attack. Letting those people retreat, Zichen stood with the saber and said indifferently, "Come out if you want to fight." As expected of the person who killed Wycliffe. "You've already guessed that this is a trap, but you still dare to come." A cold voice sounded. A soul-devouring clan expert walked out. Whoosh! Zichen didn't wait for the other party to report his name. He didn't even care about his ranking. He went forward directly. "You." Facing Zichen's teleportation, the expert on the list only had time to utter the word "you" before Zichen's attack arrived. Compared to energy attacks, spiritual thought attacks were faster and more dangerous. Zichen's first attack. The soul-devouring clan member's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating. Then, Zichen slashed down with the saber. He didn't use any battle techniques. It was just pure soul power. Phut! The soul-devouring clan member was split in two. Zichen took another broken soul ball. Only 2 breaths had passed. The other soul-devouring clan experts hadn't had time to help. Another expert on the list was killed. The place was dead silent. As if they had learned their lesson, the experts on the list who appeared next came together. One of them said, "We're not the Dax clan. No matter how strong you are, if your soul can't withstand it, you can only die here." "Stay here forever," another expert said. Zichen snorted coldly. He held the saber in front of his chest. Seeing the same move, an expert from the soul-devouring clan sneered, "Zichen, your move is indeed powerful, but it's impossible for you to kill us. As long as we join forces, you'll definitely die." This was the truth. No matter how strong Zichen was, he was only at the early stage of the 9th level. They were all at the peak of the 9th level. The difference in soul realm was huge. The battle had already begun. Tens of thousands of miles away, an elder appeared in the soul-devouring clan's line of sight. This was a human elder. He slowly walked forward. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took caused the ground to shake. A suffocating aura came from the horizon and enveloped this force. Chapter 1709. This old man was Zong Yongxi, who was ranked 11th among the humans. He was definitely a true powerhouse. He had just come over from the mutated tribe and stood outside the force. "Barnard, don't make a mistake," Zong Yongxi said as he looked at the self-built city after standing up. Many members of the soul-devouring clan were standing on the city walls. They were all on guard. "What mistake?" The cold voice sounded again. "Zichen has the dragon soul. Nothing can happen to him. If he dies, the dragon soul is mine." "What if the dragon soul dies too?" "I only kill people, not the dragon soul. Among us humans, there is a weapon that is condensed from the essence and blood of one's heart. Not only can this greatly increase the weapon's power, but it can also be more handy for the forger. They are like clones. As long as the real body dies, the clones will also die. Don't lie to me. That's a dragon soul, not a weapon soul. It used to be a weapon soul. Whether this is possible or not, nothing must happen to Zichen. What if I insist on going? Then let's have a fight." After that, both parties fell into silence. A moment later, the voice sounded again. "Even if I don't do anything, Zichen will definitely die." Zong Yongxi said calmly, "That will depend on Zichen's luck." Zichen did not know that in another place, Zong Yongxi had blocked 2 dangers for him. Zichen did not respond to the confident powerhouses on the list. His attention was on the long saber. Because of the perfect soul, Zichen's scabbard and hilt were golden. Of course, the blade and attack were all golden. They had seen Zichen use this move before, so they were not afraid. However, this time, as Zichen drew his saber, the expressions of those confident powerhouses on the soul-devouring clan's list changed drastically. The blade was still golden, but in addition to that, there were 6 other colors on the blade. This was the 7-colored saber light. It was the move that killed Willie. The powerhouses on the soul-devouring clan's list were shocked. They did not understand at all. It was clearly an energy attack. How could it be performed with the soul? One had to know that the soul and the physical body were very different. 7-colored saber light flashed and swept past the powerhouses on the soul-devouring clan's ranking. Just as they said, as long as they joined forces, even if they couldn't kill Zichen, they would definitely be able to severely injure Zichen. Unfortunately, Zichen did not give them the chance. The 7-colored saber light swept past, destroying everything in its path. This was Zichen's perfect soul. Compared to energy attacks, it wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even sharper. Because this battle was mainly a spiritual attack, life and death could be determined in an instant. Therefore, it did not last long, but everyone was very satisfied watching it. From the beginning to the end, Zichen was the only one fighting. The so-called attack was also a massacre. In everyone's hearts, the mysterious and powerful soul-devouring clan was not even worth mentioning in front of Zichen. He could kill them with just a lift of his saber. The Lion Emperor tribe and the Soul Devourer tribe's branches were annihilated. Under deliberate dissemination, the news quickly spread throughout the entire Great Dragon world. There was also news of the dead powerhouses. Wycliffe of the foreign tribes, ranked 30th on the ranking, was killed by Zichen. To the Dax foreign tribes, this was not a small blow. It was also an absolutely shocking and even intimidating news. As for the rest of the outsiders, they had to consider their own strengths and the forces behind them before they met the local residents. If one wasn't stronger than a powerhouse like Wycliffe, it was better to take a detour when seeing the natives. On the soul-devouring clan's side, the most important existence was Noah, ranked 33rd, who was killed by Zichen. When this news spread to the other soul-devouring clan members, the effect was even greater than when the foreign tribes heard about Wycliffe's death. Because the soul-devouring clan relied on souls, their energy attacks were not strong. All of their methods were based on soul attacks. All the powerhouses on the ranking had unique soul attacks and extremely powerful soul-devouring superpowers. If Zichen could kill such existences, it was clear how terrifying Zichen was. Moreover, the soul-devouring clan was not like the Dax foreign tribes. They did not have many people, and every one of them was rare. Of course, every one of them cherished their lives. Hearing that Noah was dead and that Noah's clan had been annihilated, they no longer dared to cause trouble in this world. Zichen's killing of one as a warning to the rest had intimidated all the forces. The natives of this world were saved, but the resources here would have to be shared. No matter how strong Zichen was, he could not chase all the forces out of this world. The crisis had been resolved. Now, all that was left was to wait. Wait for those curious powerhouses to come, then suffer a loss and leave. This would take a long time. Zichen used this time to cultivate in seclusion and strive to reach a higher level. This time, the main reason why Zichen was able to defeat the enemy so easily was because of the 7-colored weapon. After learning the details of the battle from Shuntian Dao, Mu Shou had other ideas about the 7-colored weapons. For example, giving everyone a 7-colored weapon. Shuntian Dao smiled and said, "That's simply impossible. Unless you can prepare a top-quality weapon for each of them, they won't be able to fuse the 7-colored energy." Zichen had previously refined a total of 12 7-colored weapons. However, the power of each weapon was different. Some were weak, and some were strong. This was not because Cauldron Spirit was selfish, but because of the quality. Although the weapons that everyone took out were top-quality weapons, there were still good and bad ones among the top-quality weapons. Mu Shou was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to use resources to exchange for some top-quality weapons. Shuntian Dao said earnestly, "Stop dreaming. Who would be so foolish as to exchange top-quality weapons for resources? The top-quality weapons that we have are all summoned. It is impossible to forge them in this world. Indeed, due to the suppression of the natural order, humans could not forge top-quality weapons in this world, even if they had top-quality materials." At this point, Mu Shou completely dispelled this unrealistic idea. While the entire clan fell into silence, the world of the colossal dragons became heated. Forces were constantly sending armies to this world to hunt the dragons. Apart from some forces, there were also other warriors who wanted to come to the world of the colossal dragons. As long as they formed a team and paid a certain price, they would be able to use the transportation matrix to reach this world. It could be said that the coordinates of the world of the colossal dragons had been made public. In the beginning, Manshur and the others would follow the team to hunt dragons. But after that, they too entered closed-door training. The tribal warriors could only venture out alone. However, due to Zi Chen's deterrence, none of the forces dared to lay their hands on the indigenous warriors. When these forces killed the dragons, they would not be able to destroy the dragon soul. If the dragon soul escaped, it would not take long before a new dragon would appear. It could be said that the dragons in this world were endless. The tribal warriors did not mind being hunted by these forces. As the two sides were no longer enemies, they began to interact with each other. Later on, the tribal warriors discovered that these humans and other races were not as cruel and terrifying as they had imagined. They would also show a friendly side to them. As the two sides interacted more and more, they would occasionally make some small transactions and gradually build trust. The tribal warriors did not have many things, but they had a lot of materials for the Dragon series. On the other hand, the alien races and humans had many other materials, but they lacked the Dragon series. The two sides hit it off and gradually started trading. Among them, there was no lack of people with brains. They began to divide the area and set up stalls. After seeing this, the big forces were not willing to be outdone. They directly sent a large number of troops to start building official business and building some buildings. It was as if they were going to set up a new trading ground. However, there were too many forces involved during this period, and the benefits were too great. They did not dare to kill the indigenous people, but they dared to attack the other forces. Thus, one battle after another broke out. As the battle continued, the casualties increased, and even the powerhouses on the list were attracted. In desperation, those forces could only sit together and discuss. Finally, they reached a unified agreement. After that, they built a huge trading market thousands of miles away from the indigenous tribes. The market was jointly managed by several major forces. Mu Shou did not agree with this because these people were obviously going to stay here for a long time. This was very unfavorable for the entire tribe. While he was worried, he happened to meet Shongguan Hong, who had just come out of closed-door training. The two of them inadvertently talked about this matter. This is a good thing. As a member of the Shongguan family who had been doing business for generations, Shongguan Hong agreed very much. Good thing. What's good about it? They don't want to leave and want to stay here for a long time. Sooner or later, they will attack us. They are all our enemies and will be a threat sooner or later. Mu Shou said. How is this a threat? It's clearly a benefit. Shongguan Hong said, now that everyone is minding their own business, it's time for everyone to benefit together. Think about it, if the resources of various races are gathered together, there must be a lot of things that can be exchanged. Now that they have reached an agreement and are seeking benefits together, as an indigenous person, you can naturally ask for your own benefits. Then what if they suddenly go back on their words? You also know that this kind of alliance is very unreliable. Mu Shou pointed out the crux of the problem. All alliances in the world are unreliable, but let me ask you first. Why is everyone not attacking you now? Shongguan Hong did not answer the question. It's because of Zi Chen. Mu Shou said in realization, you mean, as long as Zi Chen is here, the alliance will be very reliable. But what if Zi Chen leaves this world? It's still too early for Zi Chen to leave this world. By then, thousands of years might have passed in this world. After thousands of years of development, your tribe will naturally grow stronger. Shongguan Hong said. This was a very long-term view. After all, everything they relied on was unreliable. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. Because of the cosmic bell, the flow of time in this world was 80 times faster than the outside world. If Zi Chen stayed in this world for 10 years, they would have 800 years of peace. If it was 100 years, it would be 8,000 years. Under the flow of time, 8,000 years was enough to create a large number of ascetics. At that time, they would truly have the strength to protect themselves. Shongguan Hong smiled and said, That's just one point. There's another point. What? Outside is the battlefield of despair. It's a cruel world. The various races can only be mortal enemies. They won't sit down to trade at all. However, this place is a peaceful place where many factions coexist. Once this trading ground doesn't collapse for more than 1,000 years, its reputation will spread. At that time, various races will come here to trade. Even if this world doesn't have dragons, it will still be a huge trading empire. Chapter 1710. He had only seen what would happen a few decades later and the threat that the foreign races posed to them. However, Shang Guanhong saw the future with a single glance and saw a trading empire. In the outside world, the two sides were enemies. It was impossible for them to trade peacefully. However, it was completely possible here. Everyone could exchange for any resources they wanted. After countless years of development, this place could really become a holy land for trading. If it was connected to other regions and more teleportation formations were built, the Holy Land for trading would become an empire. The entire small world would be dominated by trading. The profits generated were unimaginable to Mu Shou. The prospects were grand and the future was endless. However, Mu Shou was still worried about the strong. Shang Guanhong saw Mu Shou's worry and said, "You are the Aborigines and have been recognized by this world. In fact, you are the strongest. The only thing you lack is some powerful techniques. I think the soul-devouring clan should be able to satisfy you." Mu Shou was enlightened again. The soul-devouring clan was their natural enemy. They had destroyed many small worlds of the Aborigines over the years. They must have a lot of cultivation techniques. As for how to get them, that was not a problem for Shang Guanhong to consider. Regardless of cultivation methods, in terms of individual battle prowess, these aboriginals were stronger than most non-humankind beings and non-humankind beings. There were also many special beings among the Aborigines. For example, Viper could single-handedly kill a Western dragon when he was in the late 7th level. Among Zi Chen's group of 12, Mu Shou was lucky to meet Shang Guanhong, whose family had been doing business for generations. Mu Shou opened a door for him and saw the spectacular future behind the door. If he met Man Shi and the others who were good at fighting, they might give Mu Shou some bad ideas. Perhaps another battle would break out. Now that Zi Chen was at the peak of his power, few people dared to offend him. Similarly, no one dared to offend the Aborigines here. The trading place was still under construction. Mu Shou came in person and heard that he was the clan leader of the Aborigines. These people took it seriously and immediately asked for instructions from their leader. When the two sides met, Mu Shou asked for 10% of the profits. One had to know that there were many forces gathered here. It seemed that Mu Shou's request for 10% was not a lot. However, after the division of the forces, Mu Shou wanted 10% alone. It was definitely an exorbitant demand. Considering that the main target of the trade was the Aborigines and that this was the world of the Aborigines, after discussion, the forces decided to give Mu Shou 10% of the profits. The two sides drew up an agreement. Many years later, this very ordinary day was specially recorded and became the empire's Memorial Day. Because on this day, the prototype of the future trading empire appeared. It was agreed that the tomb keepers would no longer prohibit the tribal warriors from trading. According to the previous rules, the tomb keeper had to personally send someone to guard a shop. The shop mainly sold the giant dragon series and the highest grade spiritual crystal. This kind of trade was mainly targeted at rogue cultivators because there would be more rogue cultivators entering this world in the near future. After all, no matter which clan it was, most of them were itinerant cultivators. In order to show their sincerity, the tomb guards sent out many warriors to support them. As for the others, they continued to hunt the giant dragons. Every day, Western dragons were hunted down, and similarly, there were cultivators dying every day. Many forces sent in many 8th stage heavenly kings, and their main task was to deal with the giant dragons that they had killed. All the forces were busy, and there was no time for internal strife. After a period of peace, news about the world of the great dragons began to spread. After some experts on the leaderboard heard about it, they were moved and wanted to see those giant dragons. Of course, Their main purpose was still the dragon tomb. Many experts on the leaderboard who had not appeared for hundreds or even thousands of years moved out and came to the world of dragons. Among them were the soul-devouring race, the humans of the Imperial Sky region, and experts of other races. These experts arrived one after another, and Zhong Yongxi and Yong Mo were among them. This is the world where Zi Chen is. The flow of time is indeed different. Yong Mo sensed the change in the flow of time as soon as he entered. Zhong Yongxi smiled and said, "The flow of time is not natural. It should be caused by a treasure." Yong Mo said in surprise, "Treasure?" Zhong Yongxi was ranked 11th on the leaderboard. It was said that he had fought with Long Fei before. It was rare for him to say the word treasure. At the same time, it also proved that the item was extraordinary. The essence of this world is the same as the outside world. The flow of time is obviously accelerated by an external object. It's not an exaggeration to say that an external object that can cover a small world is a treasure. Zhong Yongxi looked to the east and said, "There are the most giant dragons in this direction. The dragon tomb should be there. Let's go take a look." Yong Mo nodded. This time, only the two of them came. The reason was that they were curious and wanted to take a look. Along the way, they saw groups of giant dragons. Yong Mo couldn't help but sigh. The resources of this world are indeed abundant. Unfortunately, they are useless to us. They didn't have any major power behind them. They were all alone and their cultivation had reached the peak. Their only goal was to step into the world overlord realm. The resources of this world were no longer attractive to them. Yeah, Zi Chen is quite lucky to be able to find such a place. Yong Mo nodded. Zi Chen could reach this step in a short 10 years. The resources of this world played an important role. He really killed Willy and Nuo Yi. Zhong Yongxi smiled and said, "You have asked about this matter many times. With so many witnesses, how can it be false?" Yong Mo smiled bitterly and said, "I know it's true, but I just can't believe it. He is only at the early 9th level. How can he have such battle strength?" Zhong Yongxi said, "Didn't the news say that Zi Chen has a 7-colored weapon? That weapon is very strong." The 7-colored weapon played an important role in his followers being able to break into the top 50. Oh right, the news said that the 7-colored weapon is likely to come from the giant dragon world. I also heard about this matter. This time, I wanted to find out. If Zi Chen killed Willy because of the weapon, then killing Nuo Yi, he is an expert who has awakened the true bloodline of the Soul Devourer clan. Even if I were to face him, I wouldn't dare to say that I can kill him. Yong Mo was ranked 21st on the martial list, while Nuo Yi was ranked 33rd. Yong Mo didn't have the confidence to kill him. This showed how powerful the Soul Devourer clan was. Zhong Yongxi said, "Zi Chen's soul is very special and very powerful. You also know that in the Zhanwu continent, the soul of a beast tamer has special privileges." Yong Mo said firmly, "But I heard that he is not a beast tamer. Because a beast tamer doesn't have a soul as strong as his." Zhong Yongxi looked at Yong Mo in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" Yong Mo said with certainty, "Zi Chen has a follower in his team called Dong Qing. She is a beast tamer, but her soul is not as strong as Zi Chen's. In addition, there is also a beast tamer who betrayed Zi Chen called Yiming. This person is also on the martial list. His soul also has special privileges. But he said that if he were to fight with Zi Chen at the same level, he wouldn't last more than 10 moves." Zhong Yongxi smiled and asked, "You should have seen Yiming. Didn't you hear anything else?" Yong Mo said, "In addition to their high potential, Zi Chen and the others are strong because they have refined a kind of imprint. That imprint can devour all kinds of energy and completely stimulate a cultivator's original potential. It is said that this imprint is related to the original inhabitants of this world." Yong Mo thought that he had revealed a big secret, but Zhong Yongxi was not surprised. He said directly, "That is the devouring god seal. It is indeed a good thing, but very few people dare to refine it." "What do you mean?" "It is said that after refining the seal, you will become a puppet of the natives." Yong Mo's expression changed. Could it be? Zhong Yongxi knew what he was going to say. He shook his head and said, "Of course Zi Chen is not controlled. It is said that there is a devouring god seal that does not have this restriction, but no one has seen it. While they were chatting, the two of them flew at a low altitude and saw the dragon tomb in the distance. At this moment, within a few miles of the dragon tomb, many foreign race powerhouses appeared. Those who dared to appear here were undoubtedly powerhouses on the martial list. Above the dragon tomb, there was a black mass of dragons, and endless dragon power spread out. Zhong Yongxi, who was originally indifferent, gradually put away his indifferent expression. "How do you feel?" Yongmo said, "Very oppressive. My intuition tells me that there will be danger if we go further." Zhong Yongxi said in a deep voice, "It seems that this place is indeed very unusual." Yongmo suddenly pointed to a place. "Look over there." In the direction Yongmo pointed, a soul devourer left the group and quickly approached the dragon tomb. He stepped on the space node and moved forward. His figure kept disappearing as he moved forward. He wanted to go forward and check it out. In the sky, the group of dragons did not notice anything and were still circling around the dragon tomb. Yongmo could not help but praise, as expected of the Soul Devourer clan. They are naturally sensitive to space. It is indeed a good technique. But as soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shaking dragon roar came from the dragon tomb. The moment the dragon roar sounded, everyone seemed to have been hit by a soul attack. Their bodies trembled, and some of the powerhouses on the martial list even turned pale. A black dragon hundreds of meters long flapped its wings and flew out of the dragon tomb. It went straight for the Soul Devourer clan hidden in the space. The Soul Devourer clan smiled coldly. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Hum! Black light swirled around the giant black dragon, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. The space is in chaos. This move is targeted at the Soul Devourer clan, Yongmo said as he stared ahead. As expected, the Soul Devourer clan's figure appeared under the ripples. His expression was obviously stunned, and he kept retreating. The next moment, a large amount of dragon flame was spat out from the black dragon's mouth. It was like a flame that spread out and enveloped his body. The dragon flame was like a flame burning in the sky, but no sound was heard from the Soul Devourer clan. The flame caused the space to tremble. No one's spiritual thoughts could reach in, so they did not know what was going on. The flame burned for a full 15 minutes before it finally dissipated. The Soul Devourer clan was no longer in the sky. He ran away. Yongmo was stunned. He did not notice when the other party left. He became more and more wary of the Soul Devourer clan. Chapter 17:11. What? Dead? That dragon flame can directly burn souls? Yongmo was obviously shocked. Zhong Yongxi, who had long stopped underestimating the dragon, stared ahead and said in a low voice, "That dragon tomb is strange. It seems to belong to a domain." That Soul Devourer's movement was restricted. Although the black dragon was powerful, it could not easily kill a Soul Devourer who was skilled in the Tao of space, let alone when the Soul Devourer wanted to escape. Zhong Yongxi saw clearly that the Soul Devourer had sensed that something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but failed. Although one of the experts on the ranking list had died, the others did not retreat. Soon, another alien race expert dashed forward. The dragon roared again, and the black dragon flapped its wings and rushed toward the other party. In an instant, all kinds of energy exploded in the sky as the two sides continued to exchange blows. After about 10 exchanges, the alien race expert was defeated and retreated. There was a deep wound on his abdomen, and he was almost cut in half. The black dragon was like a bolt of black lightning, chasing relentlessly. Seeing that the expert on the ranking list was about to die, more lights flashed in the distance. It was the other experts on the ranking list who had come to help, but they could not do anything to the black dragon. The black dragon not only had powerful attacks, but also an unimaginable defense. The attacks of many experts could only break a few scales. Back then, Zi Chen had brought 11 experts on the Heavenly Dragon ranking with him, wielding soul-devouring weapons. Even then, they had only been able to leave a small wound on the dragon's body. In the end, Zi Chen had to expend all his strength and use the Star Illusion Dragon Spike to kill the dragon. After that, Zi Chen's group of 12, along with Lei Long, worked together to hunt down an existence comparable to the Black Dragon. It seemed that it would be difficult for these alien race experts to kill the black dragon. Seeing that the efficiency of their attacks was too low, the alien race experts could only retreat with their injured companions. As for the black dragon, it seemed to have sensed that there were too many experts around, so it did not chase after them. Instead, it returned to the sky above the dragon tomb and began to circle. The dragon's roar from time to time shook everyone's minds. The 8 of us joined forces and did not cause any damage. Is this black dragon the king of the dragon tomb? Yong-mo could not believe what he was seeing. Maybe it is the king, but not the strongest. Zong Yongxi murmured. What do you mean? The mysterious domain fluctuations around the dragon's tomb aren't from it. Could it be that there are even stronger existences inside? We can't rule out this possibility. There were many experts who came, but just as Zi Chen had expected, they could not enter the dragon's tomb at all. During this period of time, nearly 20 powerhouses on the ranking list joined forces, but after failing to kill a single black dragon, they decisively gave up. Although they could kill the black dragon with a little more help, it would take dozens of people working together to kill one. The price they had to pay was too great. The experts on the ranking didn't have that much time or patience. There was no point in continuing to stay here. Many people began to think about leaving. Everything was just as Zi Chen had guessed. It wouldn't be long before they left, leaving those forces to mine the resources here. However, these people did not leave for the time being. Instead, they chose to wander around this small world to see if there were any other strange things. After a few turns, they arrived at the tribe of the natives. There was a restriction outside the tribe. No one could see through the restriction and see what was going on in the tribe. Seeing the natives walking out from time to time, the eyes of the powerhouses on the ranking list flashed. There was no lack of existence among them who could read souls. The natives clearly sensed this abnormal atmosphere, and the frequency of going out was greatly reduced. Mu Shou was in a bad mood recently. If it were anyone else who had dozens of powerhouses on the ranking list eyeing their door all day long, no one would be in a good mood. These people did not show any offensive posture so far, but Mu Shou knew very well why they were here. It was for the treasure that could change the flow of time. They had been wandering around without attacking because they had concerns in their hearts. Unable to take down the dragon's tomb, Zong Yongxi and Yong-mo also came in this direction. The first thing they saw was the trading place that was just beginning to take shape, and they were very curious. However, the things traded here were obviously not of their interest. The two swept through the air and then arrived outside the tribe. So many people. Seeing so many powerhouses on the ranking list gathered here, Yong-mo was very surprised. They're all here for the treasure of time. Zong Yongxi smiled faintly. Yong-mo's heart skipped a beat, and he asked again, Zi Chen is here? Should be. Then these people. Yong-mo's meaning was very clear. Since Zi Chen was still here, where did these people get the guts to have ideas about the treasure of the tribe? One had to know that the combat strength of Zi Chen's followers was not very different. Since Man Shi and the others could enter the top 50, it would not be a problem for the other existences to fight opponents who were dozens of ranks higher than them. Let's see first, Zong Yongxi said. As an existence on the ranking list, Zong Yongxi's weight was naturally very high. Once he appeared, even if he did not say anything, the powerhouses present had to take him seriously. A human powerhouse flew over and came in front of Zong Yongxi, saying, Greetings, lords. It's you, Como. Yong-mo looked at the newcomer. Como was originally ranked 49 on the ranking list, but now he was ranked 52, pushed down by Zi Chen's followers. May I know why you two lords are here? Como was the first to ask. We're just here to take a look. We'll leave soon, Zong Yongxi said faintly. Oh. Como was very surprised. We won't participate in the matters here. Yong-mo's voice was somewhat indifferent. Understood. Como bowed respectfully to the two, then turned and left. Soon, more than 10 powerhouses stood together with Como. Both sides were constantly whispering. Other than the human powerhouses, some of the Soul Devourer clan and Dax tribe also joined in. This news quickly spread to the ears of the other factions. This foreshadowed the possibility of another great battle between the two sides. This battle did not involve anything else. It was a battle between the powerhouses on the ranking list, the natives, and Zichen. This was a big blow to the factions that had just reached a peaceful agreement and had even agreed on a long-term deal. To be honest, they did not want to clash with the natives at this time. However, those were all powerhouses on the ranking list. They could not all be controlled by the other factions. Within the tribe, all the warriors felt that something was wrong and did not go out anymore. The warriors sent by Mu Shou had no choice but to return. It seemed that the deal they had signed was about to be voided. Mu Shou had no choice but to call out Zichen, who was in seclusion. As soon as Zichen appeared, Mu Shou informed him of the current situation as quickly as possible. So they haven't retreated. Instead, they're eyeing this time treasure? Zichen frowned. Yes. Many powerhouses have gathered outside. They're all on the ranking list. Come take a look. As he spoke, Mu Shou waved his sleeve. The power of space surged in front of him, and a screen appeared. On the screen were the powerhouses on the ranking list. As the figures on the screen moved, Zichen saw Zhong Yongxi. Beside him was a middle-aged man. The two of them were clearly standing at the back. They looked more like they were here to watch the show. Just as the light screen turned to the other party, Zhong Yongxi's indifferent expression suddenly flickered as he looked at the light screen. Amazing. We've been discovered. Mu Shou was shocked. The screen continued to move. Zichen saw the powerhouses one by one, then said, I'll take care of this. Tell them to come out of seclusion. Mu Shou nodded. He sent out a wave of energy through the bell of heaven and earth. This wave of energy woke everyone up. Soon, the 11 of them gathered under the bell of heaven and earth. Then, they saw the powerhouses on the ranking list on the screen. We can fight again. Man Sha clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with fanatical fighting spirit. This time, my ranking can also move up. Wu Xie's eyes were burning. As for the others, although they didn't say anything, their expressions said it all. Follow me. Zichen ordered. He then walked out of the tribe. The others followed closely behind. Outside, many powerhouses were still discussing. Many days had passed, but they hadn't been able to come up with a reasonable plan of attack. At this moment, they felt a spatial fluctuation. They looked up and saw a spatial passage appear in front of them. A figure walked out of the passage. Seeing this figure, all the powerhouses' pupils shrank. Zichen. It's Zichen. After the previous battle, Zichen's name had spread throughout the entire Imperial Sky region. He had really reached the point where everyone knew him. Moreover, Zichen's appearance was also remembered by every powerhouse. Now that Zichen had suddenly appeared, they were at a loss. Zichen walked out of the spatial passage. The passage behind him didn't close. Then, more people walked out. The first one was Man Sha. The second one was Wu Xie, who had vertical pupils. Then, it was Shen Dao, Fortune Teller, Hidden Mist, and the other powerhouses. Zichen had appeared. The 11 powerhouses on the ranking list had also appeared. They didn't have 7 colored weapons in their hands. However, the aura they released still made many powerhouses feel oppressed and suffocated. Zichen's gaze swept past the powerhouses on the ranking list. After pausing for a moment on Yongmo and Zhong Yongxi, he said loudly, You came from afar and surrounded my tribe. What are you planning to do? Zichen's straightforward words made all the powerhouses on the ranking list speechless. They couldn't just directly say that they were here for the time treasure, right? Obviously, according to Zichen's usual style, whoever dared to say that would have to suffer Zichen's wrath. Under normal circumstances, suffering Zichen's wrath would only result in death. Therefore, everyone chose to remain silent. Looking at the silent powerhouses, Zichen said again, If you're just here to take a look out of curiosity, then I can tell you that you're not welcome here. The powerhouses' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect Zichen to still be so domineering under such circumstances. The area within a radius of 100 miles is the forbidden area of our tribe. Anyone who steps into the forbidden area without permission will be killed without mercy. Everyone, I won't see you off. After Zichen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to enter the tribe. Wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Zichen frowned. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This book came from the publisher. Read the original content immediately. Chapter 1712. The one who spoke was a member of the Soul Devourer clan. He walked out from the crowd and rushed toward them. Zichen turned around, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Man Shi clenched his fists and curled his lips. A turbulent aura began to vibrate. The vertical eye between Wu Xie's eyebrows trembled and opened as if it could open at any time. As for the others, they more or less had the intention to attack. Seeing that his words had caused such a big change, the Soul Devourer clan member immediately stopped. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew how powerful Zichen and his followers were, so he quickly waved his hand and explained, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm looking for Lord Zichen because I have something else to discuss."
Oh.
Zichen frowned slightly, and the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. Man Shi and the others also returned to normal, but there was some regret in their expressions. "We want to know more about the dragon's tomb. If possible, we can cooperate and enter the dragon's tomb together," the Soul Devourer clan member said again. Zichen guessed the former correctly. No one could enter the dragon's tomb, but he neglected the Soul Devourer clan. They had an extremely stubborn pursuit of pure souls. That kind of pursuit was almost to the point where they would not give up until they reached their goal. Moreover, they had destroyed many small worlds in the dragon's tomb. They had a certain understanding of the dragon's tomb. The more difficult it was, the more they would go because the more difficult it was, the greater the benefits. It was impossible for them to retreat. When the other experts on the list heard this, they seemed to be shocked and surprised. Things were not originally planned like this. Their original intention was to besiege the tribe and snatch the treasure of time. How did it become a discussion about the dragon's tomb? Before they could ask in detail what had happened, Zichen replied, "I don't know about the dragon's tomb. As for the natives, they see the dragon's tomb as a sacred place. They can't wait to worship it. Naturally, they don't dare to enter rashly. As for what happened to the dragon's tomb to become like this, they don't know either." After that, Zichen turned and left. "Wait, Lord Zichen, our Soul Devourer clan still has some information about the dragon's tomb. You can share it with us," the Soul Devourer clan member said. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Not interested. My duty is to protect this tribe. As for the dragon's tomb, you can go find someone else." Zichen entered the spatial passageway. Man Shi and the others left one after another, leaving behind a group of astonished powerhouses. They were not shocked because of Zichen, but because of the Soul Devourer clan. Previously, both sides had agreed that their goal this time was to obtain the time treasure. But this time, Zichen didn't mention this at all. Instead, he only talked about the dragon's tomb. They had previously asked the Soul Devouring clan if they knew what was in the dragon tomb, but the Soul Devouring clan had always been unclear. They had never seen it before. But today, in front of Zichen, not only did they take the initiative to admit that they had the information, they were even willing to share it. They couldn't help but suspect that the Soul Devouring clan's original intention was to lure Zichen out to discuss the dragon tomb. "Zichen is so arrogant," Yongmo said as he watched Zichen disappear. "Haha." Zhong Yongxi laughed. Yongmo looked at Zhong Yongxi and asked in confusion, "Big brother, what are you laughing at?" Zhong Yongxi said, "I'm laughing. Not all the powerhouses on the list are intelligent. These guys have all been played like monkeys." Yongmo was even more confused. "Played? What do you mean?" Zhong Yongxi looked at the returning Soul Devouring clan member and said, "Their original intention wasn't for the time treasure at all. Previously, I found it strange that although it was a treasure, Zichen didn't use it, and the powerhouses in this tribe didn't use its power to stop other forces. I think it's not an offensive treasure, but a special one. Logically speaking, someone should be able to see through such a simple logic. Expending effort to fight for a useless item, and the opponent is so strong, it's not worth the loss. But why are they still loitering here, eager to try? I didn't understand at first, but now I do." The Soul Devouring clan's original intention was to lure Zichen out and see Zichen's attitude toward the dragon's tomb. As for these guys, they were bewitched and came here to make up the numbers. Just to see Zi Chen's attitude? Yongmo was still puzzled. Zhong Yongxi explained, Zi Chen almost completely controls this world, but he didn't use the time treasure, which means that this thing is temporarily useless or has no other use at all. The soul-devouring clan won't be stupid enough to offend the powerful Zi Chen for a useless thing. After all, Zi Chen is related to whether they can board the dragon boat or not. The reason why they did this is actually for the dragon's tomb. As the nemesis of all worlds, they have destroyed countless small worlds. They must have information about the dragon's tomb. What does this mean? It means that this dragon's tomb is very valuable, but they have no way to enter. Now they want to see if Zi Chen has a way. But Zi Chen isn't keen on this matter. Wrong, Zi Chen is very concerned about this matter. What do you mean? The soul-devouring clan knows the value of the dragon's tomb, and so does Zi Chen. But the soul-devouring clan can't enter the dragon's tomb, so they want to cooperate with Zi Chen. But Zi Chen isn't willing. Why do you think? Could it be that Zi Chen doesn't want to cooperate with the soul-devouring clan because he wants to monopolize the dragon's tomb? Could it be that Zi Chen has a way to enter the dragon's tomb? Yongmo finally reacted. Zhong Yongxi said, he must have a way. Yongmo asked, will the soul-devouring clan give up on the benefits and withdraw? Zhong Yongxi said, of course not. If I can see Zi Chen's thoughts, they, who know the dragon's tomb's resources, can see even more. My guess is that they will attack the dragon's tomb with all their strength next. If they take the initiative to attack, aren't they afraid that Zi Chen will benefit from it? Zhong Yongxi smiled and said, the premise is that both sides will be injured, but what if they force their way in? The soul-devouring clan, who were rejected by Zi Chen, didn't show any depression. Instead, they were excited. They quickly gathered together and retreated 100 miles away from the clan. It was only now that the tribe was truly safe. After retreating, the experts gathered together again and began to discuss the dragon's tomb. Decker, you need to give us an explanation for this, said the experts on the list discontentedly as they gathered again. The soul-devouring clan member named Decker said, the time treasure's effect is relatively small. Our main goal is the dragon's tomb. Do you know what's in the dragon's tomb? What? Everyone was interested. Dragon origin, said Decker. Dragon origin? Everyone was confused. After a real dragon dies, its origin is left. It's the purest power. It's said that one day, a real dragon can be resurrected from the dragon origin. If the dragon origin can resurrect a real dragon, what other uses does it have? If you're lucky, you can break through to the realm of a sector lord. As soon as Decker finished speaking, there were gasps from all around. Breaking through to the realm of a sector lord was the ultimate dream of all the experts on the list. Other than that, there are materials to refine weapons in the dragon's tomb. Decker looked at everyone and said, 7 colored weapons. Everyone's eyes immediately burned with passion. With the 7 colored weapons, Zi Chen's ranking soared by dozens. They were very clear about this. With the 7 colored weapons, everyone will board the dragon boat. Once you encounter danger, your chances of survival will be higher. Next, the soul-devouring clan didn't need to encourage them. All the experts on the list expressed their willingness to form an alliance and enter the dragon's tomb. During this period, the soul-devouring clan went to find some real experts, such as Zhong Yongxi and Yongmo, who hadn't left yet. The two of them agreed without hesitation. Aren't we going to follow Zi Chen? After the soul-devouring clan left, Yongmo asked curiously. Compared to Zi Chen, the soul-devouring clan has more trump cards and knows more. Zhong Yongxi smiled mysteriously. In the dragon's tomb, there was only the dragon origin and the 7 colored weapons. Zhong Yongxi smiled and didn't expose the soul-devouring clan's stupid lie. If there were only these two things, it wouldn't be of much use to the experts on the list. As for the dragon origin being able to help people break through to the sector lord realm, he didn't believe it at all. As for the 7 colored weapons, they were indeed very powerful. However, to the soul-devouring clan, who specialized in soul attacks, the weapons were useless. In other words, there were other things in the dragon's tomb. Those things were what really attracted the soul-devouring clan. Zhong Yongxi's guess was right. The soul-devouring clan knew the true value of the dragon's tomb better than the tomb guard. The dragon origin did exist and was very precious. However, it couldn't help people break through. The 7-colored weapons did exist, but not everyone could refine them. There were other things in there. That was the true goal of the soul-devouring clan. The soul-devouring clan was already discussing the matter of entering the dragon's tomb. After returning, Zichen naturally guessed the soul-devouring clan's intentions. He had neglected the soul-devouring clan. He was indeed careless. The tomb guard didn't know what was in the dragon's tomb. He only knew that the dragon origin was there. Zichen called the tomb guard over and said, "Send someone to pay close attention to the dragon's tomb. Report to me immediately if there are any movements." "What's going on?" asked the tomb guard. "If I'm not wrong, the soul-devouring clan will definitely gather experts and forcefully attack the dragon's tomb." The tomb guard panicked when he heard this. How can this be? Once they forcefully attack the dragon's tomb, it will be completely over. Zichen waved his hand and said, "We'll follow behind them. They might not be faster than us." The tomb guard said, "Something happened in the dragon's tomb. That secret passage probably can't be opened." Zichen smiled and said, "Even if they don't use the secret passage, they might not be faster than us." The soul-devouring clan had their own secrets and methods. Zichen also kept some trump cards. The soul-devouring clan began to gather experts. They gathered true experts. They only found 3 people who were comparable to Zhong Yongxi. As for those ranked around 20, 10 of them came. The rest were all ranked around 50. They didn't find anyone who was ranked around 70 or 80. Even if they did, it would be useless. It took a month to gather experts from various places. A month later, nearly 100 experts on the list gathered outside the dragon's tomb. These experts gathered and began to attack the dragon's tomb. This book came from the web. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1713. A group of powerhouses marched toward the dragon's tomb with great momentum. Above the sky, the black mass of dragons noticed the abnormality below and swooped down. When they swooped down to a certain height, the dragons opened their mouths and spewed out large amounts of dragon flames. The entire sky seemed to be burning as the flames continued to spread and turned into a sea of fire, instantly engulfing the group of powerhouses. These dragon flames were almost ineffective against the powerhouses on the list. As the dragon flames spread, energy attacks would shoot out from the dragon flames and go straight for the dragons. Once this attack hit the dragons, it would leave a fatal injury on the dragons, and then the dragons would fall from the sky. One after another, attacks shot out from the dragon flames and went straight for the dragons in the sky. The dragons were pierced through one by one, and dragon blood splattered in the sky as their corpses fell from the sky. Banging sounds were constantly heard. In the distance, the native warriors who were in charge of monitoring here were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In just a few breaths, hundreds of dragons were killed. He hurriedly retreated dozens of miles and sent a voice transmission to the void. After receiving the voice transmission, Mu Shou, who had been controlling the Cosmos Bell, immediately notified Zichen. "Let's go too." While speaking, Zichen headed out of the tribe. The 11 of them had been waiting for a long time, and Mu Shou appeared immediately. The group flew toward the dragon's tomb. As the dragons died, a dragon roar came from the dragon's tomb, and a black dragon appeared from it. "Let me." With a loud shout, Yongmo rushed out from the dragon flames. He held a huge long sword with both hands and slashed at the black dragon's head. Puff! This slash instantly shattered a large number of dragon scales and deeply cut into the black dragon's body. The dragon was in pain and let out a painful dragon roar. The power in its body surged, and Yongmo took the opportunity to retreat. At the same time, several powerhouses who were not weaker than Yongmo appeared and launched fierce attacks at the black dragon. Puff! Puff! These powerhouses were ranked very high, and their combat power was very strong. They broke the black dragon's defense one after another. This time, the black dragon did not show a powerful attack. It was seriously injured as soon as it came. Finally, a powerhouse ranked in the top 10 attacked and instantly split the black dragon into two. Following a mournful cry, the black dragon died, and its corpse fell to the ground. This dragon corpse is one of the materials to forge the seven-colored weapon. Everyone, keep it. A member of the soul-devouring clan kindly reminded them. Two lower-ranked cultivators swooped down and collected the two dragon corpses. The space in their interspatial bags was very limited. They were already full after only half of the corpses were placed inside. Let's go. After that, the group of powerhouses rushed forward again, but before they reached the edge of the dragon tomb, several dragon roars rang out. A giant golden dragon, a giant blue dragon, and a giant yellow dragon flew out of the dragon tomb. Each of these three dragons was comparable to the black dragon from before. Seeing this scene, the group of experts was dumbfounded. They had already expended quite a bit of energy to kill the first black dragon, but now, there were three of them. Kill. But now that things had come to this, they naturally couldn't shrink back. They could only fight to the end. All of the powerhouses, including Zhong Yongxi, erupted with powerful energy. Zichen's group and the Tombkeeper rushed here at the fastest speed and happened to see a group of powerhouses enter the dragon tomb. On the ground, there were piles of giant dragon corpses, but they were all ordinary giant dragons. Looks like they took away the bodies of the giant dragon kings, the Tombkeeper said as he glanced at the corpses. Giant Dragon King was the name they gave to the giant dragons of the 7 attributes. They had combat power that far surpassed ordinary giant dragons. It was not an exaggeration to call them Dragon Kings. Let's go too. Zichen's group turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the dragon tomb. During this period, some giant dragons swooped down to block the group, but they were all killed. When they reached the sky above the dragon tomb, the group stopped and the Tombkeeper flew toward the bottom of the dragon tomb. This was the first time he was so close to the dragon tomb after the mutation, so he was a little excited. Through the Tombkeeper's unique secret technique, he quickly found the shortcut door. After trying to send in a trace of energy, there was no reaction. After trying a few more times, the Tombkeeper shook his head helplessly. Although he had expected it, seeing the stone door without any reaction, the Tombkeeper was still very disappointed. He rose into the air and shook his head at Zichen's group. This was expected, and Zichen was not surprised. Looking at the disappointed Tombkeeper, he comforted him, "It's okay, let's go in too." As they spoke, they flew toward the dragon tomb. When they reached the top, they looked down at the dragon tomb below, but they could not see anything. The entire dragon tomb seemed to be isolated by a layer of mysterious power, and even the sound could not be heard. The thunder wings on Zichen's back automatically unfolded. With the boost of the thunder wings, he saw that the space in front of him had become very chaotic. It was this chaotic space energy that isolated everyone's vision and sound transmission. "We can't see or hear, but how did we hear the dragons roar earlier?" Some of them were a little puzzled. In fact, this was the mystery of the power of space, and this was only the power of space. If it was the power of time, it would be even more mysterious. Without stopping, the 13 of them jumped directly into the dragon tomb. It was as if they had entered an abyss, and there was only the sound of the wind in their ears, and their vision was pitch black. This situation lasted for a full 10 breaths. Then, everyone's eyes lit up, and wave after wave of blazing energy rushed toward them, and there were even sounds of energy vibrations in their ears. Everyone hovered in midair and looked ahead. They saw quite a number of colossal dragon kings and countless colossal dragons. The humans who came in earlier were divided into 2 teams. One of them had strong combat strength and defense. They stayed at the periphery, blocking wave after wave of attacks from the giant dragon kings and the burning of the dragon flames. As for the other group of relatively weaker existences, they stayed behind the crowd and constantly launched powerful attacks at the giant dragon kings. In their sight, there were many giant dragons and many dragon kings. The group of powerhouses was having a hard time resisting, and not far away, there were already 2 corpses lying on the ground. One should know that the weakest in the team was ranked around 50 on the list, and even with such combat strength, they were still killed. Zichen and the rest stood in the air and stared at the battle ahead. "Should we go up?" Wu Xie went up and asked with a solemn expression. Faced with so many giant dragons and dragon kings, everyone could feel the pressure. Young friend Zi Chen, you guys came at the right time. Hurry up and come help. If we can't destroy the tunnels behind, everyone will die here. An old voice suddenly rang out. It was Zong Yongxi. In the midst of the battle, he sharply detected the appearance of Zi Chen and the rest. Hearing this sudden voice, many powerhouses turned their heads instinctively. When they saw Zi Chen and the rest, their faces were filled with surprise and joy. Zi Chen remained silent. Beside him, Long Mu pointed ahead and said, "There are a few tunnels there. These giant dragons came from those tunnels." This place had a great suppressive effect on spiritual consciousness. The fluctuating power of space also hindered one's vision. If not for Long Mu's guidance, Zi Chen would not have been able to see the few tunnels behind the giant dragons. At this moment, a steady stream of giant dragons was rushing out of the tunnel and attacking the powerhouses. Above the tunnel, there is a light ball. That is the key to supporting the tunnel. Once it is broken, the tunnel will be closed. Zong Yongxi said again. Zi Chen looked up and saw a glowing light ball. At this moment, the light ball was constantly releasing power of space to maintain the tunnel. The entrance just now has been closed. We have no way out. We can only work together and move forward. Seeing that Zi Chen did not move, Zong Yongxi spoke again. As expected, we can't go up. Shuantian's voice rang out. Zi Chen looked up and saw the increasingly chaotic power of space. The power of space was extremely aggressive. If they entered rashly, they would definitely die. Zi Chen retracted his gaze and said, "There are a total of 7 tunnels. We can only seal one. One is good. Let's take care of the other 6. Zong Yongxi said. Zi Chen only had 13 people. The strongest person, Zi Chen, was only ranked 30th. This team's combat power was not the best among all of them. It was already very good that they could seal one tunnel. Hearing Zong Yongxi's words, Zi Chen did not say anything and led his team forward. At the same time, the 2 teams in front were directly divided into 6 forces. After that, these 6 forces attacked the 6 tunnels in a straight line. Swoosh! 7-colored light flashed, and the 7-colored saber light slashed forward. The screams of giant dragons were heard. Zi Chen's slash killed more than a dozen giant dragons. As these giant dragons fell, the space suddenly shook. Man Shi stood in this open area with a strong posture. He held the 7-colored mace tightly with both hands and began to swing it vigorously. A large area of 7-colored light flashed, and the giant dragons in front of him were swept away. Zi Chen and the others leaped into the air and dashed forward. Man Shi followed behind them, waving the mace in his hand continuously. He did not want to kill the enemies, but only to sweep a path. A large number of giant dragons were swept away. Man Shi's body was too large, like a mountain. His strength was far beyond those giant dragons. Every time he swept, he could clear a large area for Zi Chen and the others. With Man Shi clearing the path, everyone moved forward in a straight line and went straight to the tunnel. In the distance, the other cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Zi Chen's team was not the strongest in terms of combat power, but they had endless tricks up their sleeves. Once Man Shi's attack could not keep up, the others would launch energy attacks to knock away a large number of giant dragons blocking the way. A loud dragon roar resounded, and Man Shi's body shook slightly. A giant golden dragon appeared in front of him. Get lost. The giant golden dragon blocked the way. Man Shi roared, and the mace in his hand emitted a dazzling light. In this light, the 7-colored light kept changing, and a violent force emerged from the mace. Boom! Man Shi swung the mace with force, and a sharp whistle sounded in the air. The mace hit the giant golden dragon. Bang! The entire space shook as a wave of violent energy spread out in all directions. Under the stunned gazes of the people in the distance, the giant golden dragon's body was directly sent flying hundreds of meters. He can even send a giant golden dragon flying. How strong is he? Everyone's mind was shaken by the effect of Man Shi's attack. Man Shi did not want to kill the enemy, but only wanted to repel them. With the cooperation of the others, Zi Chen's team was the first to reach the tunnel.